never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. As lawmakers rush to avert a partial government shutdown, border funding and aid to Ukraine emerge as significant hurdles. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
The first priority of the country is our border and making sure it's secure. I believe the president can take executive authority right now today to change that. And I told him that again today in person, as I've said to him many times.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer emphasized the gravity of the situation, noting that history is watching following President Biden's meeting with congressional leaders aimed at resolving the deadlock. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo op.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz anticipates that if Donald Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration. He says that's because the enforcement of existing laws will happen under the Republican frontrunner. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has voiced his backing for conducting a comprehensive Senate trial for the impeachment of Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, the Kentucky Republican expressed his belief that a trial would be the optimal path forward. Earlier this month, the House voted to impeach Mayorkas, citing concerns regarding his management of the U.S.-Mexico border. In February, consumer confidence dropped. The Consumer Confidence Index, as reported by the Conference Board, fell nearly 4 points following 3 consecutive months of improvement. The board's chief economist attributed the decline in February to persistent uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Donald Trump will also be heading to the southern border on Thursday. We get the latest from Laura Winters.
Former President Trump also scheduled to visit our southern border on Thursday. He blasts President Biden on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying crooked Joe Biden's border invasion is destroying our country and killing our citizens, exclamation point. The horrible murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley at the University of Georgia should have never happened. The monster who took her life illegally entered our country in 2022 and then was released again by radical Democrats in New York after injuring a child. When I am your president, we will immediately seal the border.
University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis could save money and lives. That's based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave. According to the UT report, widespread use could have reduced hospitalizations by hundreds of thousands, resulting in an estimated savings of $57 to $170 billion. Analysts at UBS Securities suggest that Netflix might increase its prices this year. In a research note, they anticipate a potential price hike from the streaming platform. Coupled with increased revenue from its ad-supported tier and growing subscriber base, this move could lead to a total revenue growth of 15% for Netflix. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And with that, it's the showtime. Away we go. Time to do it all over again. Another day. As we close out a Tuesday, we will work our way from time zone to time zone into that final Wednesday of February. Hey, technically, this would normally be the last day of the month, 28th. But it's a leap year. Got one extra day in the month of February here. So welcome in, gather around. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Still very comfortable outside the secret bunker at this hour. Anticipating some big changes by the time we close things out about 5 hours from now. So we got the big show coming your way. Weather is going to be the concern through much of the overnight hours. Tornado watches, yes, nocturnal tornado watches in place from about the southern third of Illinois, southern third of Illinois, about the southern half of Indiana, on over into west central, southwest Ohio, and much of northern Kentucky, pretty much right along the Indiana-Kentucky line, right following the Ohio River. Tornado watches till 6 a.m. this morning. They're anticipating several lines of potentially severe weather to be developing. And that's going to be ushering in the reality check, the return of Old Man Winter. I saw Scotty posted a few hours ago. He said, daggone it, I slept through spring and summer today, and now Old Man Winter is raging again in Kansas. Indeed, we've seen the transition. There is some snow falling from just east of Topeka up through northern portions of Missouri into the southernmost reaches of Iowa at this hour. Still waiting for the rains in St. Louis. We saw some stronger storms pushing through the Chicago area, and numerous tornado warnings about dinner time this past evening through northern Illinois. Numerous tornado warnings had been issued. I haven't seen yet. I'll have to do a quick search, see if we can get updates on if there were touchdowns, damage, or devastation. But that earlier night is now pushing through southern portions of Michigan. And indeed, over the past little bit, it is prompting several tornado warnings, one which just came in the south central Michigan. This is a warning till 1 a.m. Eastern time, so it just came out. Dangerous storm should be near, say, Battle Creek, Michigan, Springfield, Park Oak, around right about this point in time. Other locations in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm include Marshall. All right, so the advice is, seek shelter now, nocturnal thunderstorms. They've been advising for several days of a potential severe weather outbreak. But this is where we're going to see the temperatures crashing down 20, 40, 60 degrees in a matter of hours. So it's going to be back to the reality. Winter is not yet over, folks. Right on the heels of temperatures more typical of May or early June, this blast of frigid air with the strong cold front, first with the severe thunderstorms, but then slashing temperatures by leaps and bounds. Temperatures nosedive 20, 40 degrees from Chicago to Pittsburgh, eventually New York City, Nashville, and Atlanta, just to mention a few. Some places like Kansas City, Missouri, it may be a 60-degree turnaround in 24 hours' time. Now, you saw a high temperature, unbelievable. Chicago, 75 degrees this past day. You may fail to get above the freezing mark for your afternoon high here today, Wednesday. You're expected to drop all the way into upper 20s by later this morning. It's about the biggest temperature drop you'll see for this portion of the country, the Mississippi Valley. St. Louis, as we mentioned, the cold air's knocking on the door after a high in the mid-80s this past day. You're expected to crash down to 23 degrees by Wednesday morning. That's about a 60-degree change. Other locations plunging by about 60 in less than 24 hours will include Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, and as we mentioned, Kansas City, Missouri. Looking at some of the numbers here, let's see. Kansas City, Missouri, your high temperature Tuesday was 77. By the time the sun comes up, you're supposed to be about 17 degrees. Yes, into the teens this morning. St. Louis, Missouri, from a high of 83 Tuesday to an overnight low 23. Wichita, the same. 80 was your high this past day. You'll be at 20 later this morning. On over to Oklahoma City, 87 the high. You were knocking on the 90-degree mark. Overnight low tonight, 27 degrees. There will be a little bit of snow accompanying some of this on the tail end from parts of the Colorado Rockies to the northern tier of Minnesota and Michigan overnight tonight. Yeah, several inches piled up over the Colorado Rockies. We're not seeing in the forecast enough frozen precip to prompt any sort of winter weather advisories or winter storm warnings. It'll just be a brief snow, but the shock, the reality of the cold temperatures. Hope you didn't stow away the warm jacket this past day as you were dealing with those more summer-like temperatures. So we look through the upcoming day from later Wednesday to Wednesday night. Areas from Kentucky all the way to upstate New York going to have to pay close attention. Look out for icy patches. Yes, after temperatures in the 70s, talk about being aware of ice. Along Interstate 80 in western PA after a high this morning. The cold air's not there yet. You're going to be in the 60s Wednesday morning. You'll plummet through the day, through the 30s into the 20s by evening with a little bit of light snow and potential for some icy conditions. Crazy, crazy weather, right? On the severe weather side, all right, I mentioned we had numerous tornado warnings issued throughout the evening hours there in northern Illinois. From dinner time till about 8 or 9 p.m., things kind of calmed down. We hadn't seen but 2 or 3 tornado warnings until a little after 11 o'clock Eastern this evening. And the latest 2 that I had just mentioned there in south central Michigan. Again, those are tornado warnings. Thunderstorms are expected to kind of explode along this advancing cold front overnight. All modes of severe weather are anticipated. Some of these storms are going to pack damaging straight-line winds, large hail, torrential downpours, the potential for multiple tornadoes. Again, a serious concern. The overnight threat tonight. Chicago, you should be pretty much in the clear. Other areas from Detroit to St. Louis. Indianapolis and South Bend, Indiana. Eventually overnight from Toledo to Columbus, Ohio. Springfield and Peoria, Illinois. That zone from Louisville and Paducah, Kentucky. Cincinnati to Evansville. All in that tornado watch zone, which is in place again till 6 o'clock a.m. Eastern time this morning. The stronger storms, the severe weather risk is expected to reach the Pittsburgh area before dawn later this morning. Now, there's the high-risk area where severe weather represents an area where tornadoes will be more likely. That extends, obviously, based on the tornado watches, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, on over into northern Kentucky. Now, isolated tornado could occur in areas outside the outlined risk, as we're obviously seeing there in southern Michigan. Not under a tornado watch, but they are indeed under a severe thunderstorm watch there. That includes northern Indiana, northwest Ohio, and about the southern half of lower Michigan. All areas throughout the east, most areas from eastern Nebraska, much of Oklahoma, all the way to the Carolinas, on up into Pennsylvania, New York, and New England. Wind has been the concern. We've got wind advisories and high wind warnings. Much of central and upstate New York will see some of those strongest winds through the upcoming day. So, later on Wednesday, the risk of tornadic activity will be much lower compared to what we're seeing overnight as these storms press toward the mid-Atlantic. Gusty winds will proceed and immediately follow the downpours with this front. In some cases, the squally storms may occur without even any thunder or lightning by the time they reach the coastal areas. So just torrential rains may be in the mix with some gusty winds. All right, underway on a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Philly Dan. Yes, it is that time. Keep on humping, he says. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. Larry headed toward Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Safe travels. All right, here we go. About to leave Freer, Texas. We'll be headed to Houston, Texas. Good to have you with us, Brian. Everybody be safe and hammered down. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Be going to physical therapy today and the dentist Thursday of this week. Gotta love those doctor visits, right? Hello, Pappy. What day is it? What day is it? It's not official until we hear from Horse Feathers. 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Batten down the hatches. We've got some storms a-brewing. With that said, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. And indeed, deep beneath the Earth's crust in the hotshot hidden secret bunker, we're throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, flipping the mic, the stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive, hammer down. Here we go. I think cue ball scratched in the right corner pocket. Where you been, cue ball? Come on now, don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up at 844-844-3388, or you'll be a dingbat. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's roll. Or you can be like Ed and grind them if you can't find them. There we go. Are you with me? Who else on board? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 42 degrees, lots of wind in Bolivar, Missouri. I'm thankful my powerful chrome-plated cow truck is loaded like a freight train with 72 show-me steers, and I'm headed north to play in the snow. Yeehaw. Special shout-out to the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the heart of the Ozarks tonight. Eskimo Mom. Getting your week started. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, or Monday for me. Looky there, 21 days till spring. The weather outside still feels like it at this point in time. Please be aware tonight, tornado watches for the home 20, down to the secret bunker tonight. And our buddy in Wisconsin, Bronco, is actually dealing with winter weather. Sad to hear about Canadian Texas with the wildfires there. Yes, indeed. The world seems to have gone nuts. I'm finishing up a drop-in hook at one of our Cincinnati stores. Don't know where I'll be going when I head back to Tip City. We're partly cloudy, though. Breezy, 65 at the midnight hour at my location. Be safe out there. Gilligan, what do we have here? Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Kind of an overcast. No rain yet in Buchanan, Virginia. Still warm at 59 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Canadian Texas, that is the community. According to the Associated Press, yes, rapidly moving wildfires. This is in like the Texas Panhandle region, prompting evacuation orders in small towns and actually shutting down a nuclear facility as the strong winds, the dry grass, and unseasonably warm temperatures fueled this blaze in the rural Panhandle region. Governor Abbott has declared disaster declaration for 60 counties as the largest fire burned nearly 400 square miles. According to the Texas A&M Forest Service, that's more than twice its size since the blaze was sparked on Monday, rapidly growing. Now, authorities haven't said what might have caused this blaze, but tearing through the sparsely populated counties, kind of surrounded by the rolling plains there. Governor Abbott says Texans are urged to limit activities that could spark fires, take precautions to keep your loved ones safe. The largest blaze, known as the Smokehouse Creek Fire, closing highways and was 0% contained as of this past afternoon. The main facility that assembles and disassembles America's nuclear arsenal, shutting down operations this past evening as the fires are raging out of control near that facility. Pantex issuing a statement online saying they have paused operations until further notice. The fire near Pantex is not contained. Response officials have shifted to evacuations. There's a small number of non-essential personnel that are sheltered on site. But this Pantex facility, since 1975, it's been our main assembly and disassembly site for our atomic bombs. Now, they assembled their last new bomb back in 1991. In the time since, though, they have dismantled thousands of nuclear weapons. Pantex is about 30 miles east of Amarillo, Texas. Multiple fires reported across Hemphill and Hutchinson counties near the Oklahoma border, where some evacuations have also been ordered there. Texas State Senator Kevin Sparks said an evacuation orders was issued for the town of Canadian, town of about 2,000, about 100 miles northeast of Amarillo, as well as some other areas. Late Tuesday, the Hemphill County Sheriff's Office urged anyone remaining in Canadian to shelter in place or at the high school gym because the roads are closed. You can't get out. Evacuations were also ordered in nearby Miami. Schools in both Canadian and Miami announced they will be closed for today, Wednesday. East of Canadian, fire officials across the border in the area of Durham, Oklahoma, also encouraging people to evacuate because of the fire. Evacuations also taking place in Skellytown, Wheeler, Allison, and Briscoe, according to the National Weather Service in Amarillo. About 40 miles southwest of Canadian, city officials in Pampa suggested residents evacuate to the south and said buses were available for that purpose. Personnel were still fighting that fire Tuesday night, but they did say residents of Pampa at this point could return home. They were able to get the fires stopped north of the town, according to weather officials there. Further west, at least some residents in the small city of Fritch in Hutchinson County were told to leave their homes Tuesday afternoon. Another fire that had jumped a highway, everything south of Highway 146 in Fritch. Evacuate now was the order from officials on Facebook. Difficult times there. We have areas without power. We have areas without water and active burning. Pray for the safety of all involved and pack your bag just in case. That's the best information we know that we could provide right now. All right, Tuesday evening, fires were 25 miles from Amarillo. Wind blowing the wildfire smoke into the city, which could affect people with respiratory issues. National Weather Service had, of course, issued red flag warnings and fire danger alerts for several other states. They're in the midsection of the country for the last several days. We'd been talking about those red flag warnings. Well, let's just get right to it here. How many times did we say Mike, 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 Mike? What's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking if the Knuckle Buster calls in, we might hear Amarillo by morning there with that report you just got done with.
Yeah.
Just saying. But anyways, I guess how is it we keep doing this for the last time at the end of the month here? We keep coming across all these ends of the months here all of a sudden. What's up with that?
Time flies.
But I guess we got to do because Pappy said we had to do it. Otherwise, I don't know. I guess we'll be a scarecrow or we'll be grinding them like Big Ed or something. But hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
How about that, Hump Day?
I'm just glad you ain't got that listener calling in no more named Panty Snatcher there. I don't know what Pappy be doing with that one. But anyways, there. So which came first there, Your Honor, the chicken or the egg? Did you hear the big debate going on?
The chicken or the
We're trying to figure out who scheduled the trip to the border first.
Oh, yeah. I asked that question last evening. I do believe Trump had scheduled first. Now, when Biden was asked by reporters, what would have been a day before yesterday now, he said, I've been planning to go on Thursday. Now, they didn't officially say anything, though, until after Trump was scheduled to be there, you know?
Exactly. But they were planning on it. It was in their minds to go because they've been thinking about it for the last 3.5 years to possibly think about going, and what better time to do it than, in campaigning season. Yeah, wonder how that's going to work out.
All right, 3.5 years in. 3.5 years, he hadn't had the need to go down there. It's just, like Ted Cruz just said, it's all about a photo op and a campaign stop.
That's right. So before President Trump left office, he, from what I understand in reports I'd seen, he pretty much had purchased enough supplies to complete the wall that was in staging areas and stockpile yards and all around the border area down there. And it was just needed to have the assembly done. But most all the steel and, everything for the wall completion was supposedly either acquired or procured or sitting there ready to go. Now, in the last 3.5 years, has that stayed there, or did they just send that off to scrapyards?
No, most of I think they sold most of it off, most or all. They sold it for pennies on the dollar. I'm not sure where it went, if it was sold as scrap or what, but yes, pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. So I guess when President Trump gets back, we'll have to buy more materials to make more wall. But anyways, so speaking of the campaign thing here, I was thinking of something, because I possibly could be the second smartest man in the world because.
Well, that might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll have to pause first, though, to get the rest of the story. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo opportunity.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz says if Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration because he will enforce existing laws. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive this issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis, based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave, could save lives and money. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, here's what I was able to find out of northern Illinois, where there were indeed numerous tornado warnings back in the evening hours, as the intense thunderstorms were sweeping through northern Illinois Tuesday night. Straight line winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. Tornado damage was reported at Waubonsie Community College. Trees down, light pole smashed, cars turned around. Kane and Kendall counties were under a warning until 7:30 this past evening. Tornado was confirmed in Batavia and around North Aurora, Illinois. Hail hitting many communities in western Kane a little after 7 in the evening. Kane County Emergency Management were still assessing damage reports, but said indeed trees down, power lines in the Sugar Grove area. ComEd reported several outages as of 8 p.m., outages that affected just a handful of customers, not that many, several hundred, I guess would be the word. Batavia police stated in a text message that there were preliminary reports of minor wind damage. No reports of injuries at this point in time. Seems like we were very fortunate. Sugar Grove Village president reported that an electric transformer had gone down, but officials didn't know whether it was from a lightning strike or a tree limb that had come down. So, yeah, northern Illinois, a little bit of damage, but no injuries reported at this point in time. Nothing new popping up on the watches and warnings page at this hour, but again, through the overnight hours and especially toward the early morning, some of the models were depicting between like 3 and 5 a.m. some very intense squall lines were anticipated to come together. So we're here to keep an eye on things. All right, something about you may very well be the second smartest man in the world. What the?
Well, of course, I can't be the smartest man in the world because that would possibly be Doc Holliday.
Correct.
Because, he possibly could be the smartest man in the world. So I could only possibly be the second smartest man in the world. But before we get to that, real quick, did you get the hurricane straps, the tie downs on the streetcar named Desire there, so you don't get blown away there while you're doing your broadcast tonight?
We're hunkered down.
I know. Yeah, exactly. So anyways, get this with the politics thing. You had that thing that the CPAC there did their poll and said possibly the candidate that might come to be the one to run against our President Trump would be Michelle Obama. But they weren't saying they were promoting her. They were just saying that's their best guess of a possibility of who it would be.
Correct.
So we'll keep that straight so we don't get confused on that. So what happens if we decide if the Democrats decide, not we, the Democrats decide that President Biden isn't their candidate for the election. And you have the Democrats that'll never vote for anybody but a Democrat. You have the never Trumpers, no matter what political party they're in, that'll never vote for Trump, and they'll vote for whoever else. What happens if the Democrats decide to bring Mr. Kennedy back over to the Democrat side from the independent? Haven't heard that one spoken out before.
I don't know that he was kind of. How was he? He was kind of blacklisted. That the Democrat Party kind of tossed him out the way he made it sound. I don't think they'd be willing to bring him back in.
But was it all a show? Was it all for show to make it look like, I'm playing the devil's advocate here, Your Honor.
I hear you.
I mean, maybe we made it look like that to put him way off in the wings so that he's an independent third-party candidate. They never win. Nobody will bother him. No skeletons will be dug up in Martha's Vineyard or Massachusetts or wherever he's from. He's just going to slide for quite a while. And then all of a sudden at the very end, it's like, oh, hey, we have a Kennedy running for president. We're going to have Mr. Kennedy running for president, and the Kennedys. And I'm just saying, Your Honor. And the thing is that if he was back over on the Democrat side, then the Democrats said, because they aren't going to vote for Mr. Trump, and then you got your never Trumpers. And then you take those numbers and you add the two together.
Sure, and name recognition for millions of people. Name recognition is a big factor on election day.
Kennedy. Quick. Yep. So anyways, to circle back around, boy, how did that chick? How did she get it? She's got herself a full-time job there talking about politics and stuff now. But anyways, whatever happened to the rest of the streetcars there? I mean, I know you got the streetcar named Desire there, with the square wheels. I don't know why they built that one with square wheels on it, thinking it was a better idea or something. Must have something Ford or something came up with there for you. But whatever happened to all the rest of the streetcars? Do they have 2 out of 5 or 1 out of 6 or none out of 5?
I don't know I have no idea what's running. I don't pay much attention to it anymore because I don't get into the downtown area. So
I didn't know if they if they make newsworthy news at all or anything. But anyways, and I guess one thing in the trucking world, I don't know if you caught this or not, Your Honor, but I-95 north of Baltimore, they're doing major construction on it, going from north of the tunnel, out of the tunnel. They've completed some sections of it, but they're expanding it, and they're putting express toll lanes down the middle, and then they're moving the normal lanes out to the outside. And in the process of doing this, they have to replace all the bridges pretty much, and it's a major ongoing construction project. And they're trying to keep 4 lanes open where it's 4 lanes, 3 lanes open where it's 3 lanes. But they're making it real narrow with Jersey walls on both sides, and lane widths have been narrowed down, and they have not decreased the speed limits whatsoever through this construction zone. It's still 65. And the other thing they've done while they've been moving the road around, the travel lanes around, they just keep repaving them. So, if they needed to go right, they went right. And if they needed to go left, they went left. And then when they come back to make them all go straight again, you just drive over top of these humps where they've had the road do other things than going the direction you're going. So it really throws you around a lot. But almost as a daily occurrence or multiple times a day an occurrence, the road either has a major accident on it or is shut down. And yesterday at rush hour, for the rush hour, it was shut down again. And just, I don't know, if anybody's got to travel in or out of the north side of Baltimore on 95 from the Beltway, from the Beltway to Delaware, towards Delaware, just use extreme caution if you're on 95. If I have any suggestion for you, it's avoid 95 altogether. Get off and run US 40. Take a little extra time and run US 40, because if you're down on US 40 and they have one of these wrecks where you're going to sit on that road for 3, 4, 5 hours while they have it closed, then you're a whole lot better off going a little bit slower and going through some traffic lights, So just a word of advice for anybody that might be in that area running that way. But I don't know. We had a few other things there, but maybe we'll save something in case we need something for later on. And I don't know. I'm liking that thing Pappy does there. He gives you a pretty good monologue there. So you got a pretty good thing going with him. So
don't be a dingbat. Don't be a dingbat, as he put it this morning. All right, Timothy, good morning, everybody. Still a nice 59 degrees here in Rocky Mount. That's Virginia, right? Captain Ron is in the house. Roy there in Northwest Illinois. Along I-80, he says, I guess it was a tornado, Western Illinois. Haven't heard the full report. I'm sure we'll hear about that on the Wednesday morning news. Yeah, that's why I was doing a quick search, and I know that there were numerous tornado warnings issued there. Hello, Buckeye Boy. Checking in from the West Coast, Huntington Beach, California, where it's 56 degrees. Got the delivery off okay this evening and back to the hotel. Got a tea time, 10:10 a.m. local time, and looks like a fairly difficult course, so should be interesting. Anyway, happy hump day, everybody. Have a great night. Be careful out there, and all right, enjoy that round of golf on the West Coast. Billy Linnig, hello. Good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. Heading to Garysburg, North Carolina from Baltimore, Maryland tonight. Stay safe and happy hump day. Thank you very much. Hello, Steve. Listening in Fairfield, Ohio, watching the Weather Channel, talking about the tornadic activity. I'm not a truck driver, but I love the show. I've been listening way back since when your dad was on The Big One. Good to have you with us, Steve. Thank you very much. Spread the word. Tell your other friends around town. We're here. Steve Kreis, listening in from Simi Valley, California, from the East Coast to the West. Good to have you on board. Somewhere probably in between, the Carolina Monkey Gouger is on board. Where do we find ourselves tonight?
Hello, is this Tin Can?
Yes, this is Tin Can Man.
We're downtown Dallas, Texas, and the wind blowing about 40 to 50 miles an hour. It's 73 degrees, and in the next 2 hours, it's supposed to be down to like 43.
Whoa.
The wind's been tough all day, man. Steve, you talking about that Pantex bomb plant out there outside of Amarillo. There's another big concern out there. It's one of the largest beef packing plants in the world is out there. IBP or Tyson is right out there by that plant.
Really?
And I've been trying to watch the Weather Channel. Yeah, it's pretty big thing out there. I mean, it ain't but just maybe 6-7 miles apart out there. So that's something else to keep an eye on. And I was talking to Grump earlier. I didn't even know them fires was going on out there. I mean, I knew Sunday night coming down there was fire somewhere because it was so smoky coming down 35. You had to slow down in places. And, we talking about that beef shortage they were talking about a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he was reading an analyst that said they're looking at a 20% meat shortage in America across the board, and that, look out. Well, a lot of the grazing land is under fire right now. There's some major ranches that's around Canadian, Texas, Cap Rock, and all that up out there is under the gun right now. So I wonder how many, livestock we're going to lose in this deal. So it's going to get interesting. But I just thought I'd throw that in there. But did you see what happened in Michigan tonight?
Nah, fill me in. I don't know that I have. Oh, the election?
They had the election. Trump stomped her in the ground again.
Right.
and got 200,000 more votes than Biden got. The Trump train is rolling. And they said that one thing that really propelled him to the top is he went to Michigan back in September, talked to the auto workers, talked about the electric cars and stuff was failing and stuff like that. And so that's really probably what propelled him. He just wiped the floor with him tonight.
Well, Nikki Haley's campaign. Nikki Haley's campaign says Donald Trump. He's had years. He's had years to campaign in Michigan. Nikki's only had a couple days or a couple weeks to campaign there, so they're trying to brush it off.
Yeah. They tried to brush that defeat in South Carolina off. They always doing something, but I wonder how she gonna keep on getting money and she's losing the contributors right and left.
Yeah.
But I heard something the other day with Edsel Ford. He was on an interview, and they was talking about NASCAR was sick to move into the experiment with the electric car, and he said, I don't think you're gonna see that in our future. And they said, well, you're building electric cars. He said, we're scaling back tremendously. Said, right now is not the time for the electric cars. Said, our sales are slumping, and we're backing off the electric car mode. They're going back to building more gas, what the consumers want.
Exactly.
So it's going to get interesting there. With this electric car thing. Everybody's scaling back from it. You read last night, who was it? Mercedes-Benz. They're getting out of it, scaling way back. And I thought that was pretty interesting. For Edsel Ford to say that, this has been a debacle from day one. We said from day one it never would fly. The American public's not ready for it. We don't have the grid for it. And the American consumer ain't as stupid as they thought we was going to be. We stuck it right in old Joe Biden's rear end to take your electric car and get on out of Washington quickly. But other than the weather being real dicey down here, I don't see nothing. It looks like Michigan, and they're talking like you could have power outages for the night up in your neck of the woods.
Things are really beginning to start coming together back in Illinois, and it's supposed to be moving through our area probably toward the tail end of the show, but things are really filling in there in the state of Illinois. So
hunker down in the bunker and stay safe, and we're gonna back on out of here and listen to the show a little bit, and then we're going to bed it by and get up, throw our meat off in the morning, and then we're going back. Get our trailer, and we headed for the Marina Del Rey, baby.
Don't forget to put your heavy coat on when you get up in the morning, because the short sleeve weather is going to be coming to an end, right? Yeah, looking at things filling in there in Illinois. Matter of fact, they had just issued tornado warning in east central Illinois now with these new cells that have come together. Let's see, if you're rolling I-70 in Illinois between the 119 and 135 mile marker, under a tornado warning at this hour. See, the counties of Northwest Crawford County, Jasper County, Clark, and Cumberland counties. That's all east central Illinois. Talking this particular cell moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So no doubt straight line winds, but there's rotation in this storm. Quarter-size hail, they're telling us. So, all still quiet further to the east in the Hoosier State and the state of Ohio. Then on up into southern Michigan. This just in, south central Michigan. This is not a radar indicated. This is a confirmed tornado located 8 miles south of Eaton Rapids, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Again, damaging tornado, quarter-size hail. This is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado. It'll be around Leslie, Michigan, in a matter of minutes here. A little after the top of the hour, Stockbridge, Michigan, confirmed tornado. Hunker down.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Monkey Gouger brings up the electric vehicles. Yeah, it seems like with each passing day, another company, another manufacturer backing down. We got the cart ahead of the horse. I used that analogy last evening with Mercedes-Benz. Apple. Everybody knows Apple, the smartphone people. Apple has canceled work on its electric car. According to a source familiar with the matter, speaking to Reuters this past day, a decade after they had kicked off this project, shares were up little under 0.5% in afternoon trading. Several employees working in the electric car project will be shifted to the firm's artificial intelligence division, according to Bloomberg News. They're the first one that reported this. No official comment from Apple. High interest rates trying to tame inflation have soured consumer sentiment, led to a slowdown in demand for already pricier electric vehicles, prompting the industry to cut jobs and reduce production. Several major automakers, Tesla, has decided to pull back on investments, some shifting plans to focus on hybrids rather than full battery-powered cars. Apple kicked off Project Titan, as it was known, as their car effort was known internally a decade ago. All the interest in self-driving vehicles was sweeping through the Silicon Valley. Reuters reported in 2020 that Apple was considering releasing a vehicle as soon as maybe this year or 2025. But progress has been uneven even before the COVID pandemic had disrupted the global auto industry. Apple had laid off 190 workers from that group in 2019 after revamping their software approach. The design of the concept vehicle also changed from what was described as the radical steering wheel-free autonomous vehicle that would have been a big departure from traditional automotive design. They were trying to get more to a conventional car with advanced driver assistance features, but Apple apparently says that's it, kind of throwing in the towel on the electric vehicles. All right, it is 844-844-3388. As things begin ramping up weather-wise, could be kind of a volatile morning in parts of the country. We'll get back to your calls just ahead. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. House Speaker Mike Johnson on the hot seat. He'll be meeting with President Biden today, along with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Republican Leader Mitch McConnell, and Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer, all of whom support aid for Ukraine. Johnson will have to decide to bring the aid bill to the floor for a vote. That would surely pass, but will Johnson do that? If he does, the GOP looks at it like he's giving in to Biden. If he doesn't, he's favoring former President Donald Trump, who thinks that Ukraine should not get any more aid from the U.S. Meanwhile, President Biden chatted with late-night comedian Seth Meyers while they hit up an ice cream shop. With cone in hand, the press that was there asked Biden if he hopes there'll be a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. The end of the weekend. At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday we'll have a ceasefire.
The death toll in Gaza estimated to be about 30,000. Houston authorities releasing graphic security and police body camera footage of the February 11th shooting inside Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church. The video shows the suspect, Janice Yvonne Moreno, walking into the church holding her 7-year-old son's hand while she carried an assault-style rifle and a bag that investigators said contained another rifle. Video from inside the church shows people running for cover as Moreno walks through the halls with her weapon and her son. The footage shows an off-duty Houston police officer who worked church security exchanging gunfire with the suspect. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Macy's is downsizing with a new smaller but more luxurious look. The company starting by closing 150 underperforming stores over the next few years. New CEO Tony Springs said in a statement that the bold new chapter, which has full support of the company's board, was decided on after extensive market research. Students at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York will receive free, yes, you heard right, free tuition after a $1 billion donation from a former faculty member. Dr. Ruth Gottesman, who's 93, spent 55 years as the chair of the school's board, made the historic donation in the name of her late husband, David Sandy Gottesman, who was an early investor of Berkshire Hathaway. He was also the co-founder of New York-based investment firm First Manhattan Company. Her husband died in 2022, but Ruth said that she's very thankful to him for leaving those funds in her care, and she feels blessed to be given the great privilege of making this gift to such a worthy cause. An Australian photographer accusing Taylor Swift's father, Scott Swift, of assault after dad allegedly punched the man. The photographer was not seriously injured, and no charges have been filed against Scott Swift. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and back at it, round number 2. Here we go on a Wednesday. As we await the big change, Old Man Winter, here he comes with a vengeance. Hillbilly's on board. Good morning, Steve. Hillbilly here. Just woke up with hail hitting the truck. Let's say pea-size to up to maybe quarter size. Radio says we're in a tornado warning. I'm at the Pilot, Battle Creek, Michigan. Exit 104 off I-94. Storm's going to be crossing I-69 Drivers, be careful. I'm watching the lightning and watching the sky. Yeah, there have been, you've had several tornado warnings, and Battle Creek was one of them. Yeah, that's still the active one. Was that the confirmed warning? That was the one for Stockbridge, Leslie. I'm not sure where Battle Creek is in relation to that. Jackson and Ingham counties. Again, that was a confirmed tornado. Some of these strong storms now rolling out of eastern Illinois into western portions of Indiana. We're talking west central Indiana. 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. If you're on I-70, between the mile marker 1 right there on the Illinois line and mile marker 29. It's not a tornado warning at this point, but these storms will be near Terre Haute, West Terre Haute, Indiana State University, right about now. 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. It's been a few days since we last chatted with old Knucklebuster. How'd your procedure go?
Well, I got a facelift on the right side of my head last year, and I got a facelift on the left side of my head Monday, so I'm looking equal again.
That's a good thing.
They took all that cancer. They took all that cancer away, so that good clean edges. So, hey, we're good for right now till it was just basal skin cell. I guess if you're gonna say you got to get cancer, you got to get the basal kind, not the melanoma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I got news for Monkey Gouger. He needs to quit talking that cold weather down there in Dallas, because that's where I'm headed to. You don't reckon they'd be able to put up with two jackasses in one town in the same town tomorrow, do you?
Look out.
I know that's right. So, it'll be a lot of trouble. Horse Feather, this is just for you. Amarillo by morning. And that's all I'm going to sing. I read on the headline on Fox News there that a federal judge rules that $1.7 trillion spending bill they passed by Congress in 2022 is unconstitutional. See? How come it took them that long to figure it was unconstitutional?
I missed that. When did that come down? Like yesterday or what?
Well, it was on Fox News app right now. So here, I'll send you the link. So I didn't get to read the article, but I did see the headline. So give me just 1 second here. Anyway, man, it's been crazy. Been a hard week anyway. My head was all swollen up yesterday. You wouldn't even recognize me, see? Well, I think I done wrong. I'll send it here in a minute after I get off the phone. So you can charge your cell phone from another cell phone.
I've heard some of that new technology, and I know that one smartphone can steal all your information from your phone if you're not careful.
Yeah, well, Tennessee and I could charge each other's phone up. One of us was dying there, so. And I know this is going to be hard for the pro-trans crowd to understand, but when your 5-year-old says that they want to be a pirate, you don't have their leg cut off, Steve. You ever thought about catapulting a 80,000-pound big rig off of a aircraft carrier?
I don't know why I would want to do that, but what's the idea?
Well, that's what they're testing. The U.S. Navy is on the USS John F. Kennedy catapulted 80,000-pound vehicles into the river to test aircraft launch system.
Okay.
But it didn't look like no semi though. It was just a big old steel vehicle there, right? Then I read a man from Virginia. He got fined a bunch of money, $13,000. Or not Virginia, but New Jersey, I'm sorry. He cut down a bunch of trees so he could get his neighbor's trees without his neighbor's permission,
so he could get a better view of New York City.
Oh, boy.
Well, now they want to fine him like $75,000, Steve. So, and then I read that a trans-Virginia lawmaker stormed out of the chamber after being called third by Lieutenant Governor Winston Sears. Isn't she a woman?
I think I saw that, yeah. I'm not sure what her gender identity was.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to polish this off with two things. You remember Ann Margaret, don't you?
Certainly.
The actress? She's 82-year-old. She still rides her Harley Davidson. She says, I love the speed. So, and then I know you don't like Krispy Kreme donuts, but they got a leap year deal on February the 29th. You can get a deal for like $3 or something like that, or get one free donut there. So, well, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'm gonna get this big rig back on the road and get rolling again there, and hopefully Monkey Gouger will slow down enough I can catch him there. Right?
That'll work. All right, buy him a cup of coffee.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
If he wants to, come on in the truck stop and I'll buy him a glass of water.
Yeah, that's just wrong. Glass of water. It's not the kind of thing you'd see every day from CDL Life. Can't help but question if this was even legal or not, but report says small plane lands at truck stop diner in a pit stop that surprises patrons in Michigan late last week. I guess this was February 23rd at the 76 Truck Stop Diner in Coopersville, Michigan. According to the local Fox affiliate, the small single-engine airplane landed in the truck parking lot outside the diner. The pilot got out to grab a quick bite. Let's see. Stephanie Ford said, I got to the restaurant to meet my dad for lunch, and the plane was parked there. Now, I saw the pilot walking back toward the plane about 30 minutes later. I was kind of curious how he was going to get back into the air. So she breaks out her smartphone. In the video she captured, the plane can be seen briefly taxiing behind a tractor trailer, then actually exiting the truck stop, turning onto the 2-lane roadway, and during a break in traffic, turned it into the runway. Takes off without incident. Not the kind of thing you expect to see on any given day, but all right, southeastern Michigan, latest tornado warning. Here it is. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Grand Blanc. This would be a radar-indicated tornado. So just heads up there from the Weather Service office out of Detroit, Michigan tonight. Active pattern here getting underway. What do you say, Grump? How we been?
Oh, we've been good, man. Just trying to get by. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna got some bad weather coming in over here. I'm over here in Ohio. Looks like it's coming right at me. So I guess I'll get rocked to sleep here after a while. But man, I got to say something about these damn reserve spots at these TA Petros. They're not a sponsor, are they?
Not at this point, no.
So if they're not, oh, well, then screw them. I've never seen a more cowardly bunch in my life. I always reserve a spot, pay for it.
Yeah.
And this is about the 10th time that I've pulled into a TA Petro, and, all the reserve spots are full. When I'm looking on the thing there, they got 20 available, which I've already paid for one earlier today. So I went in, I said, hey, I paid for a reserve spot. What's the deal? Well, we're not bothering anybody. We're not going to wake them up. I said, well, what the hell do you do with the people that pay for them? Which I already knew the answer. Well, we'll just refund your credit or refund your money or give you a credit. And I said, no, wait a minute. I said, well, it's past 11 o'clock. We don't go out and wake anybody up after 11 o'clock. And I'm talking to this girl in here, and some big fat guy standing there beside her looks, I guess he works in a shop or something. I don't know. But He's standing there, and we don't go out and wake people up past 11 o'clock. We have to look out for our safety. And I said, so the ass kickings start after 11 o'clock, not before? Is that what you're saying? And he's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I said, well, what's the safety factor then? I mean, do you guys put a timeline on safety, or you just don't do it, period? He goes, well, it's after 11 o'clock. I said, so you're scared after 11 o'clock. But up to 11 o'clock, you're just gung-ho and ready to whoop somebody's ass for being in a parking space. Is that right? No, sir, that's not right. And he just went on, stuff. And he said, well, you're just trying to make something out of nothing. I said, the something out of nothing, dumbass, is the fact that I paid for a spot here, and they're all taken. So I'm parked on the fuel island. I said, you can block it off. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. I don't care. He said, well, you can't park on the fuel island. We'll have to call the cops. And I said, well, let's call the cops and tell them to move some bitch out of a spot out there that parked where you ain't supposed to park. I said, if you go out there and tell somebody that they're parking illegally in a reserved spot when they didn't pay for it, that's called trespassing. At that point in time, you can tell them to leave the damn lot. Well, we don't want to do that. And I said, well, block off the fuel pump. So he just brought a barrel over and put it here behind the fuel pump.
But I mean, what about the idea that you're running, you've got an electronic logging device. What if you knew you had your reserved spot and you were arriving 15 minutes before you were out of time, and they're trying to say, well, truck stop's full, I guess you got to hit the road now.
Steve, I talked to some of these idiots at the corporate level here, and I've done it, on numerous occasions, and they probably won't call me back, but, I sent in a request to have, another phone conversation with them. But, I said, even during your spill, when you tried to justify these reserved spots, it's going to be that to ensure that the driver, that has a place to park. I said that was what you told everybody. Well, when you look on it, they're supposed to meet you out at the your reserve spot. They're supposed to move the stanchion out of the way, which they don't have any. Hell, everybody's already run over them, and all these new drivers, they don't care, if it's in the way, they run over it. But there is none. All right, the spots have painted, and it's got reserve on there. And I asked him once before, I said, why not number the spots? He goes, well, what good would that do? And I said, well, if I'm paying for spot number 7, go out and wake up whoever's in number 7 and say, you're in a spot. I said, well, what happens number 6 if the guy in number 6, or whatever, didn't pay for a spot, then he gets to sleep there all night. And I said, so what? If somebody buys number 6, go out and wake his ass up. It's just that simple. But I don't know. This it's a joke, is what it is. And I hope to see. I might crash the TA Petro deal at Louisville, and just go in there and start raising hell with some of these people about their reserve parking. I mean, that was the idea behind it. That's what they sold to the public. This bill of goods that they don't follow through on was the simple fact that if anybody's in your spot, you've worked hard, you planned your day, and you want to park, in our facilities and use our facilities, you can reserve a spot, and we'll make sure you have one available. But they don't. I've never seen anything like it. It's, like I said, this guy in here, he's big enough to eat a damn bale of hay, and he's, scared to death somebody's going to yell boo at him or something. I don't know. But anyway, that seems to be the norm. And, and then we got this bad weather coming in, so I just said, hell with it. They just, they went on ahead and blocked off this parking spot, and that's fine. Or this fuel pump, and I would like to see everybody that does this, that pays for one of these spots, call before they even get there and say, look, if my spot's taken when I get there, I don't care what time it is, I'm going to be raising hell, because I'm planning my day to stop there, to use your facilities. I'm buying fuel, and I just bought new tires at a TA Petro, but I'm about ready to start using the Loves and buy my stuff and fuel or something. I'm just sick of this crap with these people. But I see Trump put another whooping on Haley and change the subject here. But that was a pretty good thumping there for Michigan, I do believe.
Mm-hmm.
Did you happen to see the results of that?
I think it was 60. Haley had about 30%. I think it's pretty similar to what we saw in South Carolina.
Yeah. Me and my wife was talking. I said, listen how she talks. I said, this is the way she talks everywhere. The woman talks in this cadence, like it's I'm not giving up. Just like she's, just got to emphasize every little thing she does. And it sounds so damn phony, it's unbelievable. If somebody was standing and talking to me like that, I'd have to slap them. But like, dude, get the hell away from me. I mean, my God, talk to people like you want to talk. I think that's something that attracts Trump to so many different people. Is just the simple fact that he just talks. He's done it. I mean, sometimes he sticks his foot in his mouth, but hell, we all do. But the fact that you can look at people and relate to them and stand there and talk to them, and like I was listening to one of the UAW guys talking, that Biden showed up here and he got out here on the picket line and boom, it was just a photo op for him. That's all it was. Biden, he still thinks Hoffa's alive. I mean, that old goot, he don't know what the hell he's doing. And it's just, that's the difference between politicians and people that just want to listen. I mean, just want to, their intentions are good, but when you start calling out the swamp for all the swamp's bad deeds and everything else that they've done, and there's not a dime's worth of difference between a Democrat and a Republican that's been in office for the last 50 years, and that's the way it is. I'm sorry if somebody wants to argue that point, argue it. You're going to lose, because show me how they're different. I mean, they're both, they start campaigning the next damn day they're in office. Once they're elected, and most of the mouths that we see here that's doing the majority of the hell raising and calling out so and so and doing this and doing that, they're in protected areas. They don't care what they say or whether they do a damn thing for people. People looks at the ballot and they say, oh, this guy's been in here for a while, let me check this block's here. He must be doing a bang up job, or she must be doing a bang up job. No, it don't work like that. And it's we had a very good Democrat. You remember Ike Skelton? He was I was at a dinner one night, and he was there, and we were all talking, and I told him, I said, I didn't vote for you, this time. He said, you didn't? I said, no. And normally I vote conservative, but he had always been that blue dog Democrat that was always pushing things for the little guy. And I kind of had a respect for that. But he started pushing them carbon credits, saying, that businesses and trucks and, people need to, buy these carbon credits. And I said, where in the hell are you coming up with a snake oil? We was having a nice dinner and just a little chat there. It was at a little steakhouse there in town, and he was doing his little campaign stuff. And my mother-in-law got invited, so she, told me to come, then pinched me about 75 times.
She said, stop it, shut
don't
up.
Start anything, don't, be quiet, So anyway, we got in a conversation, and I told him, I said, I didn't vote for you. I said, when you started the carbon credits, and he lost that election. Vicky Hartzler, moved into place, which, she took his spot there, but and then, a couple of years later, Ike died. He had an aggressive form of cancer, and he wound up dying from it. But I think that's something right there that the little people seen. Was the fact that why in the hell are we paying for carbon credits? I mean, this is the most ridiculous snake oil that the government's ever come up with, or anyone's ever come up with. On trying to control the atmosphere and everything that's going on in this country. I mean, through climate change and all this other crap, which is, I've always thought was nothing but a damn hoax to begin with. I mean, the weather changes. Hell, I got a tornado, 120 miles that way. It's coming this way. And I can look at how the weather changes. At my house today when I left, it was 82 degrees. It's going to be 22 tonight. That's a hell of a swing, 60-degree swing there, when this cold front comes through. Welcome to weather, and I don't know, they, well, hell, your trucks are pumping out all this carbon emissions, so you need to pay a little bit more on that. Well, hell, I think we are. If you happen to check the heavy road use tax and the, everything that a truck driver's taxed for, FET, all this garbage, we spend most of our money, keeping trucks on the road and things like that. And then, trying to compete with all the visa drivers and everybody else that's showing up here in this country that's being brought over by both the Democrats and the Republicans. And, over this hoax that there's somehow a driver shortage just because some damn company buys 1,000 trucks that they can't put a butt in the seat. That doesn't mean it's a driver shortage. It just means you bought too damn many trucks. And it's, this is just the world we're living in, man. And I'm looking at it now. And then you got, the borders are open. What? It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if the Democrats didn't give every one of these guys that were, capable of driving a truck, these illegals or anyone that, if you're capable of driving a damn truck, let's fill this driver shortage. We need these immigrants. Man, I hate to sound like a downer here, but this country is just changing too damn fast, and you wonder how it's being pushed, And I was, I can sit here and look at scars on my body that I got from wrecking bicycles and things like that. Hell, you hardly ever see any kids riding bikes anymore. Getting beamed in the head with no, Steve, that didn't start it right there when I got beamed in the head with a damn baseball, so don't go there with that. But, it probably didn't help it either. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like everything's forgotten. The way things was forgotten. Now you can look at it on YouTube and you can, punch up TikTok or whatever the hell that thing is and, see what's going on and, what people are doing to earn money or whatever, to get out here and act stupid and get paid for it. And
they say the younger generation, they actually rely on the likes of social media, the TikToks and the YouTubes and they rely on that for their news. Yeah, they think they're informed by social media. But hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. As lawmakers rush to avert a partial government shutdown, border funding and aid to Ukraine have emerged as significant hurdles. House Speaker Mike Johnson underscored that border security remains the primary focus for Republicans, prioritizing it over any spending measures related to Ukraine or Israel. In February, consumer confidence dropped. The Consumer Confidence Index, as reported by the Conference Board, dropped by nearly 4 points following 3 consecutive months of improvement. The board's chief economist attributed the decline in February to persistent uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economy. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Yeah, Grump asked about Michigan. And the report says former President Trump cruising to victory in Michigan, cementing his sizable advantage over his lone remaining challenger. Trump was declared the winner at 9:01 p.m. by the Decision Desk headquarters 1 minute after the last poll closed. With 28% of the votes tallied, Trump was at 66.9% to Haley's 28.1%. So he's won all the Republican presidential nominating contest by significant margins heading into Super Tuesday, when 36% of the delegates will be decided. That's next Tuesday. Now, as expected, Joe Biden easily won the Democrat primary. Entering the primary, Trump held a commanding lead in the 538 polling average. Of course, before the polls closed, Haley's campaign official set a rather low bar for success, stating that if Nikki received just 10% of the vote, it would signal there's an appetite for an alternative to Trump in the Republican Party. They argued that Trump's had years to campaign in Michigan. Haley's been at this for just 2 days in that state. The closest Nikki's come to Trump in the nominating process was an 11.1 percentage points in New Hampshire. Of course, she lost her home state of South Carolina this past Saturday by in excess of 20 percentage points. But despite not gaining, she's sticking around in the race, at least through Super Tuesday, next Tuesday. And all the polls at this point are showing every state Super Tuesday with her losing by at least 20 percentage points to as much as 60 percentage points in the likes of Texas. All right, Grump, welcome back.
Yeah, but she thinks the polls are wrong. I mean, if somebody at my house was to, say 70%, pretty much that they don't want me there, I'm moving, man. I'm like, okay, whatever, sorry, but I got to tap out here. But she ain't gonna do it. I don't know what the hell the deal is. Maybe she's gonna spend all that campaign money or whatever before she goes. I don't know, but she's still counting on this trial coming up here too. I think, that if they get things going here or whatever, get Trump. She'd probably buy him the handcuffs or the whatever, just to rub it in. I don't know. I've never seen people like this. I mean, everybody else is kind of bowed out, but I guess it's kind of like Hillary and Brock. Remember that little summit they had to have it at where was that? Who was it that had it there? Moynihan or somebody took them over to Al Gore's house there, and set them down and had that come to Jesus meeting with them, and Hillary finally tapped out.
Yeah.
Said, I've had enough, I guess, and I mean, there was still a lot of delegates. Me and Jimmy was talking about that earlier, about the delegates and things that, what could happen here. And really, I think, I don't think it's going to be a landslide by any means, with Trump. If he's going to get the nominee, and he will probably, there's a strong possibility that he's going to win the presidency again. But I don't see it as a landslide by any means. Mm-mm. I mean, look at everybody that's voting for Joe Biden. I mean, hell, that's just living proof that Democrats will vote for a dead guy. I mean, that dude looks like a zombie walking around. He don't know what day it is, let alone where in the hell he's at half the time. But they'll write it down for him, and he'll read it real pretty and things like that, and and then his dog will bite somebody. So I don't know. It's just a, this is going to be a tough election. You sit and wonder, Steve, why in the hell these elections, people spend, by the time it's all said and done, they'll spend, $6-7 billion on advertising just for one election. It's got to mean a lot to somebody. I mean, on legislation and things like that, getting bills passed and stuff. And, I've seen where the Koch brothers, they're funding. They've been funding Haley for a little while here now, and I think they kind of said the hell with that. This ship's sinking. We need to jump off of it. But it's a write-off to them. I mean, you got billions of dollars, and they don't really care. Yeah, it's going to be nuts. It's and it's going to get crazier. I'd like to know, really see what's going to happen here as far as what the Supreme Court's going to say here coming up, and also on what's going on down in Georgia. I would look for them to really just not dismiss the charges that's against Trump right now.
They're going to have to pull. Fannie's got to be pulled off the case, but they're going to hand it, I guess, to the next whoever's next in charge that would take over the case.
Yeah. Well, I think they can look at that also, and the next person that's in charge, I don't think that next person is going to want the bad publicity like Fannie Mae or whatever the hell her name is, like she's getting right now, and all her garbage. There's a strong chance this woman's going to be indicted. She may be disbarred for what she's done, and that'd be a good thing. Maybe it'd be a shot across the bow to all these damn liberal nuts, that's out here, people like Alvin Bragg and people that's turning murderers loose and letting them go down to Georgia and killing a young lady. And did you see the AP was kind of leaning the fact that, what did that girl do, as far as, enticing this guy to kill her or something, in that tone, the way I read it, it was kind of one of those things. And I thought, man, you got some damn gall. Here this jackass comes across the border illegally, number one. He shouldn't have been here. And you got people saying, with this crap that, that's sitting there going, well, illegals commit crimes, at such a, they're less likely to commit a crime than an average citizen. I'm like, are you out of your damn mind? First of all, they're criminals from the get-go because they crossed the border illegally. Yeah, it's a misdemeanor, but it's also something that can get their butts locked up, but they don't. I don't know, man. I tell you, and then they have the audacity to, and the gall to suggest that this girl was running, by herself, that she should have had somebody else with her, and this probably wouldn't have happened. Well, hell, they'd probably have two bodies there. That's a big boy. He was, I don't know why in the hell they're dealing with this kid. They should have whipped his ass every way to the damn jail, and he'll probably be one of these that's, New York will say, hey, can you extradite him up here for some goofy reason, and then turn the damn guy loose.
Cut him loose.
Don't seem like that they have the, and wasn't bail supposed to be a deterrent? It was supposed to be one of the deterrent factors in people committing crimes. It was supposed to, if you don't have bail money, then don't do the crime. But now there's, it started with the BLM crap, and everything. They turn, the blacks loose. You're locking up blacks that are disproportionate because they can't afford the bail money. So, well, here's the thought: don't do the damn crime. My God, it doesn't take a something from Skylab or something to fall and hit you in the damn head to wake you up enough to understand that, you created the path that you're taking. That's just the way it is. I've always told my son, everything. Say, hey, buddy, if you want to get out here and get your butt locked up, don't call Dad to come and bail you out, because I will not do it. My father wouldn't have done it. I said, that baby's yours to rock. That you make a conscious decision to do something stupid, then you got to suffer the consequences. That's just all there is to it. But I guess I'm old school.
Oh, you took old school mentality, Grump. Man. Old school. That's oh boy.
Yeah, that's the way we are, man. But I digress. Well, that's all my stuff for tonight, buddy. I'll talk to you later there.
That's all my baloney, as Knucklebuster says. All right, thank you, Grump. Moving over to some of the other industry headlines, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Do a quick check, so if you have any. I've been trying to keep an eye on the weather and everything else at the South. No new tornado warnings, just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Eastern Ohio, Northern Ohio. Yeah, a lot of these storms packing big time 60, 70 mile an hour straight line winds and a lot of hail. Obviously, you got the colder air in the upper levels of the atmosphere, because look at those temperature drop-offs. We talked about those 50 and 60 degree drops. Meanwhile, trucking, it's been a rough couple of years, and as we start 2024, the update from FreightWaves this past day say it continues to be difficult. Mass layoffs continue across the freight and logistics industry, with companies California, Illinois, Michigan recently announcing job reductions and facility closures. Starting with the DHL supply chain. Third-party logistics provider DHL Supply Chain laying off 161 workers in Joliet, Illinois, as the result of losing a customer, they say. Company officials did not name the customer in the filing, but the facility's address is listed as a distribution facility for the snack and candy manufacturer Mars Incorporated. We anticipate a majority of the associates will transition to a new employer, assuming operational responsibility as of April 1, according to their filing. Meanwhile, transportation and logistics provider Hillside Logistics announced they're closing a facility in Hillside, Illinois. That's 136 layoffs. Scheduled to close by April 30. Did not provide a reason for the closure. In their filing with the Department of Commerce, officials didn't return a request for comment from FreightWaves. Hillside Logistics, a subsidiary of Need It Now Delivery, LLC, a Flushing, New York-based company operating in the last-mile logistics space. Need It Now Delivers, which has about 300 locations around the country, was acquired by contract logistics giant Geodis in 2022. The global logistics giant CEVA Logistics is cutting 80 workers from a distribution facility in Romulus, Michigan, citing less business with Ford Motor Company. This is a result of the reduction in business with Ford, as their experience is the site only supports Ford. CEVA only learned very recently of the need for this immediate closure. Of course, last month, Ford made the announcement they were going to reduce the number of workers making the F-150 Lightning truck in Dearborn, Michigan, as demand for the electric vehicles continues to decline. About 1,400 total Ford employees are expected to be impacted by that job reduction. DXS Logistics, that's the last mile provider, said they would no longer be operating an Amazon facility in Cypress, California, resulting in 80 workers being laid off. They are scheduled to permanently close April 15. In a statement, we are writing to inform you we will no longer be operating an Amazon delivery station in Cypress. This closure is expected to be permanent. That was their filing with the Economic Development Department in California. They're based in Downey, California. Company had 15 power units, 50 drivers, according to the FMCSA Safer website. A couple of others quickly here. See, that's a rather lengthy list. Quad Logistics Services is closing a mail processing and distribution center in Bolingbrook, Illinois. That's 74 workers impacted by May 4th. Quad Logistics Services, a subsidiary of Quad, a marketing and magazine printing company based in Sussex, Wisconsin. Officials for Quad recently announced the company would close the Bolingbrook facility as well as a printing plant in Saratoga Springs, New York. Of course, we know the demise of print magazines going away very quickly. Now, the Saratoga Springs shutdown will affect 435 employees there. This, they say, is a strategic business decision that reflects several industry trends, including volume contractions in certain print categories like news weeklies, plus an increase in postal costs, which Quad is offsetting through enhanced co-mail solutions that require centralized volumes for optimal processing. Let me see. Lastly, real quick, Universal Intermodal Services laying off 42 truck drivers at a facility in Fontana, California. Did not provide a reason for the layoffs, which will be completed by April 19. Officials did not respond to a request for comment from FreightWaves as they track what's going on in the industry. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up this Wednesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Shout out to Wheelchair Dave. How we doing, Dave? Thanks for the update you've been forwarding my racing updates. Yeah, how about that photo finish in Atlanta over the weekend? Wasn't that something? What was it? Three cars separated by a total of 7 1/1000ths of a second at the finish line. Then he also shared with me. I said, I'm not sure if you're a Wendy's fan. Wendy's talking about this is going to be a trial, and all the fast food joints are going to be watching closely. Wendy's is preparing to test what they call an Uber-style surge pricing model, where the cost of items on the menu would fluctuate throughout the day based on demand. Meaning, obviously, a Dave's Burger will cost more during the lunch or dinner rush. Now, the fast food chain's unappetizing plan set to be tested in a high-stakes rollout. It's not going to start till, I think they're saying next year. We'll squeeze more money out of the already inflation-battered American people who may not have the option to eat their meals during the off-peak hours. Wendy's CEO, Kirk Tanner, announced the new system on a call with investors, noting that the company will invest $20 million on high-tech menu boards that would actually be able to update prices in real time without incurring additional overhead costs. As we continue to show the benefit of this technology in our company-operated restaurants, franchisee interest in digital menu boards should increase further, supporting sales and profit growth across the system. Now, he didn't put a ceiling on how much the pricing model would spike the cost of a meal, or whether the base price would actually maybe fall during slower periods of time. Either way, representatives for Wendy's, which has more than 6,000 locations nationwide, would not say how much the prices could fluctuate. But dynamic pricing can allow Wendy's to be competitive and flexible with pricing, motivate customers to visit and provide them with the food they love at a great value, says the spokesperson. Prices on items like the iconic Dave's Single actually already vary depending on your location. A Dave's Single cost $5.99 at a location in Newark, New Jersey. That same quarter-pound burger is $8.19 at the Wendy's in Times Square. Maybe people better start changing your lunch hours to, say, 2 to 4 p.m., all the concern of rising prices. The last thing you want to consider is how much is it going to cost for your burger and fries depending on what time of the day it is. I know it's kind of controversial, but industry experts warn that Wendy's should expect some backlash when they try to hit up hungry diners with shifting prices. There are a lot of people that view dynamic pricing as a ripoff. It's not going to fly. Guests will be very upset. You can't surprise a guest with, oh, your meal's going to cost another 50 cents or $1 more today, than it did, say, an hour later yesterday. Wendy's is the most expensive fast food chain in the country after menu cost rose 35% due to inflation over the last 2 years. Now, let's see here. The restaurant industry's been talking about dynamic pricing for years after they've seen this successfully being implemented by the airline industry, the hotel, transportation industries. Competitors like McDonald's and Burger King are undoubtedly going to be keeping a very close eye on the Wendy's experiment. So, when they talk about the airline, obviously busy travel times, that flight that you might get on a Wednesday, maybe $150, $200 more on a Friday. It's people when they're headed out for their vacation. Hey, we're all going to get a prime example of this when we're headed down to Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show here in a few weeks. You see the prices in some of these hotels. Your cheap, your rock bottom quality inns will jack you up to $179, $200 a night. The very coveted, what's the name of that place now that's changed names so many times over the years? The one we used to stay at. Hell, they jump you up to $400 a night, and they say, well, you got to have a 3-night minimum. Like $1,200 to spend 3 nights at a hotel. But then comes Saturday night, as soon as the show ends, you can get a room for $179. Just saying. Uber pricing.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the #1 concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. As lawmakers rush to avert a partial government shutdown, border funding and aid to Ukraine emerge as significant hurdles. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
The first priority of the country is our border and making sure it's secure. I believe the president can take executive authority right now today to change that, and I told him that again today in person, as I've said to him many times.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer emphasized the gravity of the situation, noting that history is watching following President Biden's meeting with congressional leaders aimed at resolving the deadlock. shock. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo op.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz anticipates that if Donald Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration. He says that's because the enforcement of existing laws will happen under the Republican frontrunner. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has voiced his backing for conducting a comprehensive Senate trial for the impeachment of Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, the Kentucky Republican expressed his belief that a trial would be the optimal path forward. Earlier this month, the House voted to impeach Mayorkas, citing concerns regarding his management of the U.S.-Mexico border. In February, consumer confidence dropped. The Consumer Confidence Index, as reported by the Conference Board, fell nearly 4 points following 3 consecutive months of improvement. The board's chief economist attributed the decline in February to persistent uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump will also be heading to the southern border on Thursday. We get the latest from Laura Winters.
Former President Trump also scheduled to visit our southern border on Thursday. He blasts President Biden on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying crooked Joe Biden's border invasion is destroying our country and killing our citizens, exclamation point. The horrible murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley at the University of Georgia should have never happened. The monster who took her life illegally entered our country in 2022 and then was released again by radical Democrats in New York after injuring a child. When I am your president, we will immediately seal the border.
University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis could save money and lives. That's based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave. According to the UT report, widespread use could have reduced hospitalizations by hundreds of thousands, resulting in an estimated savings of $57 to $170 billion. Analysts at UBS Securities suggest that Netflix might increase its prices this year. In a research note, they anticipate a potential price hike from the streaming platform. Coupled with increased revenue from its ad-supported tier and growing subscriber base, this move could lead to a total revenue growth of 15% for Netflix. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour, this time around in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into a Wednesday. Hope your week's going well. All right, Landline this past day highlighting freight rate and detention time data collected by the OOIDA Foundation from members revealed certain challenges remain a true reality in the industry. Back in December, the foundation emailed members for their input on both of those issues. They have compiled the results for a glimpse of how these are affecting business. First, with the detention time survey. On average, respondents to the Foundation Detention Time Survey spent 7.2 hours waiting to load and 7.1 hours waiting to unload for a total of 14.3 hours of detention. This is on a weekly basis. 14.3 hours a week. Now, they said we did something a little different to give an actual number rather than just a range. This is quite considerable when you think of the hours of service regulations, which is why this is really problematic. The 14 hours of detention time is actually lower compared to other recent years. However, the COVID-19 pandemic caused detention time to increase during that time frame. So it's a good sign that it dropped, but obviously 14 hours is still a lot of time. It's still a major issue. A sizable portion of the 32% of members that completed the survey actually took issue with the definition of detention time. 90% were in disagreement with the traditional definition, which I'm not exactly sure how that became the definition. We believe that it has something to do with deregulation. Basically, there's this idea that detention doesn't start until you're there for 2 hours. I think you're giving away 2 hours for free. No job in the world does that, with the exception of trucking. He also noted OOIDA members are reasonable and understand some things take a little time to load and unload, obviously. But when you don't hold true to your appointment times, that's pretty frustrating, he said. Now, as far as the freight rate survey, they released monthly as well as a quarter freight market report. But a perspective from those out on the road remains invaluable. These reports are helpful, but they're pretty broad and usually coming from a larger carrier perspective. That doesn't always fit our members. Hearing directly from them is always the goal. No matter what you're pooling, what you're hauling, everyone was seeing a decrease. Owner-operators under their own authority saw a 15% drop in pay per mile. But we're still the highest pay rates among all types of operation. Company drivers saw an 11% decrease in pay per mile, while overall pay decreased by 18%. It's going the wrong direction, isn't it? So the update from the OOIDA Foundation this past day. Philip, on board. What's happening this Wednesday? Happy Hump Day.
Hey, buddy. Happy Hump Day. This source, what is this surge pricing you were just talking about with Wendy?
Yeah.
Well, we're kind of already there anyway in life, if you think about it. I mean, you got to buy gas for your car. It depends on supply and demand. And you got to buy food at the grocery store, supply and demand. I think one of the biggest problems that Wendy's needs to deal with is they need to look at their product and their customer service. I think that's why a lot of fast food things are doing what they're doing to try to be pricing up, because a lot of folks have just drawn away from it because they've chosen to go to other places because of either customer service or the product. Their product is not where the standards that they want it to be at. You know, and I think that's a lot of it. So I think if Wendy's does implement this fully and does it, they're gonna lose a lot of business. And, I mean, they kind of cut themselves big time by even bringing it out into the media, and I think that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. You know, if
everything everything that you pretty. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. If they get to where they say, all right, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the traditional like lunch break time for people, you're going to have to pay $1 or $1.50 more for your number one combo. I can see why people would be pissed. And I mean, what if you're in line and it's 5 minutes before the price change? Are you gonna pull up and pay $1.50 more? Or are you gonna say, I'm gonna sit here and wait? I ain't moving until the price goes down.
Yeah, it's going to be, for lack of a better term, a peeing match, if you know what I mean. I don't want to say the
right,
deal,
right, yep.
And the thing about it is, it's like everything in our life today is based on supply and demand. Okay, whether you go buy some gas for your car, you go to the store and you buy some flour, anything is based on supply and demand. But this is just taking it to the extreme, in my opinion. And Steve, you know who Panera is, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows who Panera is. Okay, Panera started out as a mom and pop bakery in St. Louis. Okay, and it's turned into what it is today. Now, have you heard the recent reports about Panera and what they've been going through with their lemonade, with the caffeine in it?
I've seen some of the headlines that, people talking about, cardiac arrest from too much caffeine or something.
Absolutely. And that's what I was talking about earlier. In the restaurant business, you can change your product one way and put yourself out of business. And Panera took a big hit on that. And they're still taking a big hit on it with lawsuits and all kinds of other stuff. And I'm just using that as an example. But you can change one thing in your menu and you can cause your clientele to leave. And Wendy's needs to focus on that. And they need to focus on their customer service and as far as their restaurants go. How many Wendy's have you went up to, Steve? And they're talking about these digital boards that they're going to have. How many have you went up to and you've seen stuff falling off the board? Or some of the pricing is not there? And all kinds of different things. How many restaurants have you went to and did that?
Right.
Now, are you going to step up to the plate and actually do it? Or are you just going to talk about it? And that's what a lot of folks don't, it's like Wendy's don't understand. It's like, people pay attention to the details when you're in business. If you don't keep up with the details and the little small things and don't make any big changes, you'll make money. When you start making a bunch of big changes like this, it can be catastrophic and it could possibly put you out of business. And Dave Thomas, I don't think he really wanted it to go this way when he set up Wendy's. I don't think he really wanted to go with surge pricing and all that. He just wanted to sell somebody a hamburger, and I think it's just a bunch of junk in itself. I think we just need to, pay attention to what we're doing in our customer service. Take care of your customers. Don't matter what you do, whether you're trucking or you're in hamburgers or whatever. And make sure that if you are presenting a product to somebody, that it stands up behind its deal.
Right.
How much time, Steve, do you think Chris put into Hot Shot Secret, making sure that was right before the customer gets it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Chris spent a ton of hours, other than research and development, developing the product. I'm pretty sure he put a lot of time in figuring out, hey, what can I do to sell this product? And hey, what can I do to make my customer happy? So it's what we got to pay attention to nowadays. Nobody pays attention to details anymore. They just want to get it, do what they got to do with whatever product they got, and leave. And that's it. And it's that way at McDonald's. That's the way at Wendy's. Always.
Yep.
Even at Disney, we're that way. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
The customer service thing, that I think all over the country, that's become an issue where even jacking up the pay, $15 an hour, $18 an hour at fast food joints for whatever reason. They can't seem to find, I don't know, quality people or enough people. I can't tell you how many times it'd be late in the evening, and you got your Wendy's, open late until, especially in the summer months, till like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I can go up there at 11 o'clock. There may be 3 or 4 cars in line to place an order in front of me. I said, okay. And 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes will pass, and nobody's moved yet. And I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? I'll give it a few more. I can't tell you how many times, 10, 15 minutes has passed, and one car pulls forward, the next one pulls up, and they're sitting there. And I've been another 5 minutes. It's like, screw this. It's going to take me 45 minutes for 4 cars to go through the drive-through window. And you can hear them on the intercom thing out there saying, I'm sorry, we're short on staff. Okay. Customer service. And that happens a few times. Yeah, next time I'm going out at 11 o'clock, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm going to drive right past Wendy's. I'm going to head down. I might try McDonald's, of course. Last few times I've been to McDonald's, it's almost it's fail-proof. You're going to get home if you don't check everything in the bag, which my wife gets so mad at me because I tend not to do that. I have too much confidence they'll get it right. You get home, it's like, they forgot your fish sandwich. Damn it, they forgot your Big Mac. You can't even get a fast food order right. Fast food joints these days. A lot of pet peeves, right? Hey, but we'll get a quick time out. It's customer service. That's a big thing. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. You did have a couple tidbits surrounding the railroad industry. Starting with the railroad company BNSF, which has agreed to pay tens of millions of dollars to settle a class action suit that accused the company of violating Illinois privacy laws by collecting truck driver fingerprints without obtaining proper consent. On Monday, the Fort Worth headquartered BNSF agreed to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit brought by a class of 46,000-plus truck drivers. According to the lawsuit, though, BNSF required truck drivers to submit to fingerprint scans prior to entering Chicago area rail yards in order to verify their identities. They argue that BNSF did not tell the truck drivers that they would maintain the scanned fingerprints in a database. Lawyers representing the truckers argued that BNSF violated the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act of 2008, which requires written permission to gather a person's biometric info, including retinal scans and fingerprints. BNSF was previously ordered to pay $228 million, or $5,000 per truck driver, following a jury trial, but this damages amount was overturned. So if the $228 million settlement translated to $5,000 per truck driver, and you knock that down to what, $75 million? It's going to be a whole lot less per truck driver. Somebody do the math. Where's the calculator? One other on the rail side, Norfolk Southern's CEO, I think Braindead forwarded this story to me, to which he said things that make you go, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw received a 37% increase in compensation last year, even after the company's railroad was involved in a financially and ecologically disastrous derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Shaw received $13.4 million in total compensation last year, up from $9.8 million the previous year. His base salary rose $200,000 to $1.1 million. His stock and option awards rose $2.2 million to $10 million. Last year was Shaw's first full year as CEO after starting May 1st of 22. So part of the increase in compensation can be attributed to having worked more months on the job last year than the prior. But he was president of the company in the first 4 months of 22. His promotion in that role back in late 21 had already resulted in his compensation more than doubling in 22 compared to 21. Now, we recall the accident did not result in any fatalities, but we did witness the massive fire, the toxic chemicals, the evacuation of the small town, costing the railroad $1.1 billion, according to the latest estimate. Overall net income fell 44% last year to $1.8 billion. Shares of Norfolk Southern fell 22% in the 2 months following the accident. The stock has recovered most of that value since. Current share price is slightly above that pre-derailment level. Shaw's changes in the railroad procedures have won the support of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, union that represents the company's engineers. But the problems at Norfolk Southern have sparked a proxy battle as an investor group led by Ancora Holdings is looking to elect an alternative slate of candidates to the company's board of directors. Their goal is to actually replace Shaw. Things that make you go, I guess you're right. Inbred redneck.
Oh, well, you know, big buddy, I tell you what, there's a lot of good information there coming out. But I would like to remind people before you start counting the pennies in the rich man's pocket for being a CEO and whatnot, you got to remember now, if something happens with that company, say iPhone, Apple decides to change the color on their phone, they use some sort of funky paint that gives you hepatitis of the ear or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, they could put that CEO in jail, you know. So the way I look at it, that is like CEO prison money. But Steve, I think we got a big problem here. You know, I've been sitting back, you know, watching, strategizing on the election, and you know, daggone, one thing that you can tell about a man, that if he doesn't like competition, then he probably ain't the feller for the job. Whether that be Joe Biden trying to, you know, stop old Trumpy baby from getting in there, or Kennedy from getting in there. Think about it, you know, he kind of put a block on the Democratic primary process. You know, nobody talks about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course, they're a bunch of communists, you know, and they just, you know, do whatever, and there's no democracy in the Democratic Party. But, you know, I was thinking, you know, Steve, I would really like to clear the slate for some of my competitors and make it a little bit easier for them to compete with me. You know, the way I figure it, it's going to come down between me and another feller. I mean, my odds are 50-50 getting in that White House, buddy. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Either way you look at it, 50-50, up or down. One way or another, it is 50-50 odds that I get in there. In America, I'm hoping that you'll at least agree with me on this next little proposition I'm putting out there to the world. I know this don't sound like your regular presidential candidate, but I am proposing that every person out there that's got some pocket change in their pocket right now, pull it out, count it up. But I just want you to save up those brownies. And I just need you to save up 100 of them. And I want y'all to put them in a Ziploc bag.
So 100 pennies per person. A buck a pop, right? Yeah. Hold the thought.
USA News Update. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. As lawmakers rush to avert a partial government shutdown, border funding and aid to Ukraine have emerged as significant hurdles. House Speaker Mike Johnson underscored that border security remains the primary focus for Republicans, prioritizing it over any spending measures related to Ukraine or Israel. In February, consumer confidence dropped. The Consumer Confidence Index, as reported by the Conference Board, dropped by nearly 4 points following 3 consecutive months of improvement. The board's chief economist attributed the decline in February to persistent uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economy. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I guess it's good news to report. Have not seen any additional tornado warnings, but a lot of severe thunderstorms. There's line now plowing through central Indiana. Yeah, so a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. I mean, that's big enough to cause some damage to your vehicles. Wind damage to roofs, siding, trees, obviously. Yeah, I continue to just refresh things. We haven't seen a tornado warning since a little after 1 o'clock, and that was the last one, and that was in south central Michigan once. I did get an email from the Dipsy driver who resides right there in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. And he said, had a tornado warning just north of Stockbridge. Got the all clear about 1:30, but that was too close for comfort. Everybody be safe out there. All right, back to the inbred redneck. So we're going through our little change bucket, and we're going to set aside 100 little brownies and put them in a Ziploc baggie.
That's right, buddy. That's right. And since I'm a man of generosity, a man that believes in fairness and whatnot, Steve, we need to send those pennies to that court up there in New York, and sign them as Trump's bail fund or appeal fund or whatever, buddy. Whatever the deal is. And trust me, this is how Americans affect change. You got to overload the bureaucratic system, you know. And I guarantee they'll just about drop them charges the time they get a few billion brownies up there to count out. You know, that's a legal tender. They have to accept it.
$100 million worth of pennies. That'd be a dump truck load, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, buddy. Let me do some ciphering real quick. I mean, that'd be 10 billion pennies, buddy. You know,
who gets to count
just
them?
on 100 million. What they got them at?
Got to count them all by hand.
Yeah. So sometimes we got to think out of the box. And plus, I mean, think about it, Steve. It put the U.S. Treasury to work. I mean, all those pennies out of the system, they'd have to go and start making more, buddy. And, you know, in these dire times, what we all need is a little bit more change, buddy. I mean, at least at the end of the day, I mean, if the dollar collapses, I can at least melt my pennies or daggone quarters or whatever, make bullets out of it. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
All right, yeah, that's thinking out of the box.
Yeah. I mean, may not be too good on your gun, but oh well. It's enough to kill the Chinese communists that are invading by balloon and hacking telephone systems. Can you believe all that stuff went on last week? AT&T and the FBI popping up at AT&T saying, "Oh, there's no hack. The Chinese haven't got anything to do with it." Daggone. What was it? A day later, here comes a balloon over. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
So don't believe the propaganda. I want y'all to just believe what is really in your gut. And trust me, you don't have to listen to me. Your gut will tell you all about it. And I got a feeling out there, a lot of you are saying, it's in my gut to vote for the inbred redneck. And yeah, that is the exact sentiment you should be feeling at this time, because I am the only politician out here right now campaigning hard. And like I always love to say, I'm out here kissing babies, shaking hands, groping wives, and changing lives. See? And could you doubt a better presidential candidate than me? I know we ain't got a lot of commercials on the TV and whatnot at this time. I mean, they're trying to blackball us. But from what I hear, there's a big old linear CB amplifier out there in West Virginia on Channel 28 pumping out the old inbred redneck campaign commercials. So y'all can hear everything that there is out there pertaining to me. And if you just so feel that you need to send me some money, you send it to the Hot Shot Secret Bunker Studios there if you want to, or you send it up there to Gilly. And we're going to get it done here, people. Now, I want y'all to remember, you got a guy that is facing prison that I'm running against, and I ain't judging nobody. I'm running against another feller. He's got dementia, And then I'm running against this other Kennedy feller, which ain't much different than me. He comes from a long line of bootleggers, just like me. But the only problem is he swallowed a daggone kazoo. So do you think Putin's going to be afraid of a feller who swallowed a kazoo and is hung in his throat? I think not. But, you know, you get somebody like me flying over to Russia, Steve, he'd be nervous he'd lose his wife if I popped up over there, Steve.
Yeah, that's true.
You know. These are negotiating skills that other world leaders do not have, you know. And, I've got a plan for that. I can end that war with Ukraine and Russia first day, Steve. I'm going to sit them down to the table. First day in office, flying over there. We're going over into the Crimea there. And, buddy, way I figured, I'm going to sit them boys down at the table, and I'm going to take my shirt off and just tell them, now, I'm going to show this to your wives if y'all don't stop this childish stuff.
Look out. Look out.
And it's going to end. But, buddy, I tell you what, I think you're missing a golden opportunity. I remember years ago when I used to beat around in Ohio, Gold Star Chili and Skyline, all them chili joints are open 24 hours a day. Has that changed, buddy, or what?
Hell, Skyline, I think my local Skyline closes at like 10 o'clock in the evening. Now, they used to be open till like 3 o'clock on Saturday. I'm not sure how late they're open on the weekends because I ain't out bar hopping like I used to.
Yeah, I get you, buddy. I get you. Yeah, the world changes, but, you know, the other day, there was daggone Steve, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, but
that's old time. You're pulling a Joe Biden there. It's like never mind. What the forget about it. Only 24-hour chili joint I'm aware of is something known as Camp Washington Chili. I believe they are actually still open 24 hours a day. All right, 17 before the hour, and we head on out to somewhere in the hills of New Mexico or Arizona, or where the hell are we?
That's a very good question, Senor. I think we're over here by John 3:16 mile marker. So we're out here in Arizona. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that wind was just a whipping earlier today or yesterday and Monday as well. I don't know how many metric tons of sand was tossed around, but you're going to be getting some, if you get some rain, you're going to have some mud, and your snow is going to look like someone crapped in it. Because, I mean, it was just a getting. Right now, the wind ain't blowing. It's 39 degrees, and, yeah, I'm somewhere around here in Arizona on 40. So, see, I got a couple of things that people are missing the mark on. Not us, the ones on the left. Who started the damn war between Israel and Hamas?
Well, that'd be Hamas.
And what was their intended goal? What did they state their goal was?
To destroy Israel.
Exactly. Eliminate Israel. Israel ain't pulling no punches. They are protecting themselves and trying to eliminate their enemy that has sworn to destroy Israel. What's the problem? You got a bunch of them Hack Flims up there in Michigan, rousted up by that Tlaib, and doesn't she look like she has an overgrowth of her mouth whenever she opens up? Jeez. Anyways, why should we, the right-thinking people of this country, why should we believe that it's not Hamas's fault? Now, that I just don't understand. I think we ought to support Israel 100% because you're basically supporting the people that are chosen by God, the right hand of God. You know, I don't know how many wars Israel has started, which I think is 0. Every time they've been attacked, they have come up and just whooped some ass out there. And, you know, Egypt finally learned, hey, let's not mess with Israel. You know, it was always Israel and Egypt, or Israel and Jordan, or Israel and somebody out there. And Israel just absolutely put their, well, I can't say that on the radio, but I mean, they knocked it in the dirt. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, anyways, they're complaining about the age of the presidents. Biden's 81. Trump is 77. You know, there are a lot of older Americans out there that are just sharp as a tack. You know, what they need to do is not focus so much on the age, but the cognitive skills.
Yeah.
Now, how many tests did Trump had to take? Well, he didn't have to take them, but he did, to prove to the American people on the left that he was just as sharp then as he ever was. And how many tests has Biden taken? I don't think he's taken a test, any test at all. But we can see that his cognitive decline is affecting us with the foreign policies, with his, what do they call that, national policies, domestic policies. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, I mean, I think I shared on your homepage, the Overnight Drive page, about Italy and what they're doing. They are making fun of Biden.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know,
yeah, I shared that too.
Yeah,
that was kind of like a Saturday Night Live skit, but it's showing the entire world sees what's going on with our president. It's an embarrassment.
Every day they have something going on about Biden. Every day. It's like, my goodness, that's a awful damn long SNL skit if I ever seen one. So, you know, I don't know who the Democrats think they have that they could plug in, you know, insert name here. Obviously, it's not going to be Kamala, because we found out she can't do squat, even when she's told you're going to be the czar of the border. You're going to be the czar of AI. What has she done? Not a damn thing.
Absolutely nothing. And did you catch on the news break there a few minutes ago that why is Joe Biden going to go to the border here Thursday? They just said 80%, 8 out of 10 American people believe the southern border, illegal immigration, is a big problem. And it's become the number one issue. It's surpassed the economy. I guess it's taken this administration this long to realize the people see what's going on with the southern border, and they don't like it.
Well, he's going down to Brownsville. You know, and what they say, they had 12 attempted to come across yesterday. 12? Excuse me, Joe, you need to go where the action is.
Yeah.
You need to go to where the communities have been seriously affected, i.e., Eagle Pass.
Well, there's thousands.
How about El Paso?
Thousands lined up to come in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. and he wants to say, well, I had a border bill, but the Republicans said no.
Yeah.
Well, didn't we just talk about it, saying that all they were going to do was count 5,000 illegal Mexican aliens coming across, and that the rest of the world could come across and not be counted? I mean, these people, the news media, Neil Cavuto, he does not ask those questions when he's talking to the Republican representatives on his show.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't bring that up. And the Republicans that are there do not bring that up. It's like, well, what? The bizarro world has got to be a hell of a lot more sane than what we're experiencing right now. So, I'll tell you, something else. Well, on to a lighter subject. They had me going to Phoenix, and when I had called corporate lodging, CLC, before I left Albuquerque about 4 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago, and I said, I'm going to be in Phoenix at this time, try to find me a room. Well, there's nothing in Phoenix proper. So they went 20 miles outside of Phoenix. Couldn't find nothing. I went ahead and called our central dispatch and said, hey, that spring training down there is really taking a toll on the hotel rooms. And says, you think you can get me down to Tucson? Oh, yeah, hell, not a problem. Well, I had called CLC and said, hey, let's start looking for a room in Tucson. Well, I got a call about 2.5 hours later saying, well, we can't find nothing in Phoenix for you. Is 50-mile radius, is that going to be okay? And I said, no, I will be going to Tucson. I said, I've already told somebody up there about that change, and it's been an hour and 50 minutes since I've last heard anything from anybody. Oh, no one told us. Huh. Yeah, lack of communication. You know, Philip was talking about customer service.
Right.
Yeah, there is a serious lack of out here. So, but anyways, so are the Reds, are they in the Citrus League or are they in the Cactus Leagues? Are they going down to Florida or are they coming here to Arizona for their spring training?
Arizona. They shifted to Arizona a few years ago.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess they're going to be nice and happy with the relative warmth that they're going to be getting down here. Oh, Lordy. I tell you what, it really has not been the kind of winter that I was expecting, especially having the El Nino phenomenon kicking in. I mean, it looks like we're getting spring a little bit early here because that's usually what happens. We get all sorts of wind come through, and then y'all get that tan cloud coming y'all's way.
Yep.
But it's, you know, I don't know. It's Eskimo Mom says, what, 20, 21 days left of winter before it turns spring?
Almost spring.
Well, I tell you what, I would love to see some more heavy snow in our neck of the woods, or at least the rain, because we sure could use the moisture out there. I don't know about y'all, but we're going back down to where it's almost drought conditions again. And, well, of course, I live in the desert, so, I mean, what the hell was I supposed to expect? But, yeah, that's about all that's been happening there. And, I'll tell you, I look forward to going home, but every time I go home, I'm become the honeydew, or honey go. Honey, can you do this? Honey, can you go here and do this? Honey this, honey that. It's like, damn, I really wish I could go back on the road sooner than what I have to.
I don't blame you.
So anyways, yeah, and the truck show coming up middle of next month or so, and it would have been fantastic to go back there and introduce y'all to the Lady Heat Wave, but obviously the people at Yellow upper management, and so sorry, sons and well, I ain't gonna say that either, but it was. A lot of us got spoiled with the insurance. I mean, it was great insurance. It's just upper management crapped on us all. And I had driven by the former Albuquerque yard, Yellow Yard, and they had 8 tractors left and 1 trailer left in the yard. So I think Friday morning I was heading up from El Paso to Albuquerque, and I had seen 3 stacks of 4 former yellow trucks still in their yellow glory heading down towards El Paso. Now, where they're going down there, I don't know. But I know our yard did not get any of the yellow tractors, and but we got, I think, 31 yellow trailers, and so we're just waiting for them to get the wrapping changed from yellow to Estes, and then we'll start using them trailers. Those are the ones that are not held together by baling wire, duct tape, and bird poop. Other than that, yeah, we're the not reconstruction, but I guess the renovation of our yard, the $1.4 million job is going strong, and I'm hoping they'll be done by the end of next month, because them porta potties, they're starting to smell a little bit. So, but yep, everything's going pretty good.
All right.
So I'll go ahead and I'll let you go with that. Have yourself a good morning, Senor.
Thank you for the update there, Senor Heatwave. Yeah. While we focus on the severe weather in the east and the return of Old Man Winter, be prepared out west, where you got some of our major passes may be shut down for days. I mean, buried in snow. We'll give you more coming up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the #1 concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. As lawmakers rush to avert a partial government shutdown, border funding and aid to Ukraine emerge as significant hurdles. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
The first priority of the country is our border and making sure it's secure. I believe the president can take executive authority right now today to change that. And I told him that again today in person, as I've said to him many times.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer emphasized the gravity of the situation, noting that history is watching following President Biden's meeting with congressional leaders aimed at resolving the deadlock. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo op.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz anticipates that if Donald Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration. He says that's because the enforcement of existing laws will happen under the Republican frontrunner. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has voiced his backing for conducting a comprehensive Senate trial for the impeachment of Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, the Kentucky Republican expressed his belief that a trial would be the optimal path forward. Earlier this month, the House voted to impeach Mayorkas, citing concerns regarding his management of the U.S.-Mexico border. In February, consumer confidence dropped. The Consumer Confidence Index, as reported by the Conference Board, fell nearly 4 points following 3 consecutive months of improvement. The board's chief economist attributed the decline in February to persistent uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump will also be heading to the southern border on Thursday. We get the latest from Laura Winters.
Former President Trump also scheduled to visit our southern border on Thursday. He blasts President Biden on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying crooked Joe Biden's border invasion is destroying our country and killing our citizens, ! The horrible murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley at the University of Georgia should have never happened. The monster who took her life illegally entered our country in 2022 and then was released again by radical Democrats in New York after injuring a child. When I am your president, we will immediately seal the border.
University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis could save money and lives. That's based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave. According to the UT report, widespread use could have reduced hospitalizations by hundreds of thousands, resulting in an estimated savings of $57 to $170 billion. Analysts at UBS Securities suggest that Netflix might increase its prices this year. In a research note, they anticipate a potential price hike from the streaming platform. Coupled with increased revenue from its ad-supported tier and growing subscriber base, this move could lead to a total revenue growth of 15% for Netflix. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The four-wheel drive Superstock Gas class punched its first 3 tickets to the Enderley. The Pro Stock Diesel class crowned a maiden from the north, while a messy room cleaned up in the south. This, as all attention turns to the Bluegrass State for one spectacular night of indoor competition. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2024 Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals are returning to Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center for a one-night-only thrill fest of smoke and noise on Saturday, March 23rd. 4 invitational Grand National classes are slated to appear beginning at 5 p.m. These include a 10,000-pound single-charger Pro Stock class with diesels approaching 4,500 horsepower. The 2,050-pound modified mini class with supercharged racing engines sitting inches from the driver between 8-foot frame rails. The 7,500-pound multi-engine modified class with 3 or 4 power plants spinning a pair of 30.5-inch tires in excess of 120 miles per hour. And the 20,000-pound super semis with unlimited cubes dragging a 30-ton weight transfer down a straight dirt track. Check out ntpapull.com for event and ticket info and ntpa.tv for the live stream. And now, here are your Regional National Superstock 4-wheel drive and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 champions from 2023. Darren Young, Cadiz, Ohio, Livewire, the 2023 Region 2 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. Reduced to 3 by a rainout in Truck Hub Cadiz, each surviving appearance by the Supers assumed critical status, as they counted toward not only the class's 3rd title, but also 2 first-time Enderley berths. Young led wire to wire, while ceding 2 to Luke Simeon's per hook out of the blue, and holding off Davey Kenziorski's back in black. The 3-time champ then claimed the division's first pull-off victory. Tim Carta, Big Lake, Minnesota, pulling for autism, the 2023 Region 3 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. The Supers were the first in the region to name a champion. The Molnau's Terminal Velocity accelerated the win in Ellsworth in hopes of securing another team title, but runner-up Carta had other plans. He and his Pulling for Autism solved the puzzle by finishing second again in River Falls to take the lead. A 7th in a huge class at Anoka put Carta's winning hand at risk, but it was 4 back of Dan Harrell's Livid to set the final gap at 1. Brian Shue, Columbia City, Indiana, Iron Maiden, the 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 North champion. Shue's battleship-themed Dodge put in a riveting performance, concluding 2022 with 3 straight wins and sailing to a championship across 10 hooks in the north. Maiden racked up a victory in Paulding in June and then fortified its lead with W's in Dorr and Charlotte in July. 2 seconds and 3/3 further stretched Shue's advantage over his closest point-earning challenger, 22 champ Frank Kruger's Smoke Show, which won twice. Calvin Logan, Bowerston, Ohio, running out of room. The 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 South champion. When the season reached the line of demarcation between early and late, Bowling Green, Logan was running out of time. He had peaked at 2nd in Marysville, but was mired in 3rd in the points. Then in Greenville, Room zoomed by the field by 10 feet and overtook the lead, after which 2 more seconds held off Jennifer Pushlar's Hellfire for the title. Now he'll have to find free space on the shop wall to hang that Enderley check. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Yes, indeed. With our severe weather outbreak impacting the Great Lakes through the Ohio Valley, they'll be rolling through the Tennessee Valley later this morning and through the upcoming day. Begin to focus further out west. If you have travel plans, talking about crossing some of the passes out west. in the central and northern Sierra Nevada. My recommendation, find an alternate route. Here's the breakdown. Prolonged and intense snowfall, high winds will be the theme across portions of the West from now to the weekend. Blizzard conditions and potentially the biggest snowstorm of the season are setting up for California's Sierra Nevada for the second half of the week here. By later this evening, Wednesday evening, rain moves along the northwestern California coast, and accumulating snow begins to spread over the higher terrain as far northern areas of the state, including the Klamath Mountains. In addition to the snow, winds will be picking up across Oregon, northeast California, northwest Nevada by Wednesday night. Now, some locations could have winds blasting 40 to 60 miles per hour. That's blizzard conditions. Heavy snow expands through the northern and central Sierra Nevada through the day Thursday, rapidly accumulating feet of snow in less than 24 hours. At the peak of the storm, we could be talking 2 to 4 inches of snow come down per hour. And across the Sierra Nevada, portions of the Klamath Mountains, we could see 4 to 8 feet of snow. Maybe even some higher numbers. Now, they tell major passes. We could be talking closed for days. Major passes will be at the risk of being shut down for several days, so travel's highly discouraged across any passes or roads across the northern and central Sierra Nevada later this week. Now, we're talking 4 to 8 feet projected to fall around Donner. That could take a lot of time to clear once the hourly snowfall rates finally do decline. Now, with the snow coming down at this kind of pace, it's going to be impossible for road crews to keep up with, and even major roads will be severely impacted. Now, it's estimated somewhere 30,000 cars and 6,200 semis cross Donner daily when it's open, according to the California DOT. The looming threat of closure of the main thruway to keep travelers safe may mean a temporary impact on the transportation of goods. Preparation ahead of the storm needs to be completed before Wednesday night for most areas in Northern California. Anyone who resides in upslope or mountain regions, gather your emergency supplies, food and drinking water. Power outages likely as gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour, a potentially dangerous situation for folks that don't have access to a generator. It could take several days to restore power to customers if heavy snow blocks the path in the roads that are closed. In addition to the mountains, locations across the interior valleys and the coastal areas may face breezy conditions, raising concern of power outages given the saturated ground. So compared to prior events, pretty much so far this winter, forecasters are telling us this week's storm will be notable in terms of snowfall and impacts, even by Sierra standards. Factors such as rich moisture in place ahead of the storm, winds out of the southwest, sets the stage for a huge snowfall event for the Sierra Nevada. Experts highlight that what makes this storm so unique is the source region of the storm itself. This storm's rolling right out of the Gulf of Alaska, which is pumping down cold Arctic air, leading to lower snow levels than we've seen with recent storms. The snow water equivalent levels across California currently are at like 82% of historical averages. After a kind of a slow start to the snow season in the Sierra, this storm will not only push snow totals above historical average, but bring those totals to the seasonal averages within 2 months, with still 2 months left in the snow season. 4 to 8, and they say some areas may see 10 feet of snowfall. Wow. So Donner shut down potentially for several days. That'll be a mess. Well, let's see how Brother Rambler's doing this week. Hey there.
Hey, Steve, what's going on? And I tell you what, man, it's good to be talking to you. I was victim of that big, huge AT&T blackout last week, and I tell you one thing, it's taught us one lesson, that terrestrial radio needs to come back in a big-time way, because all of our affiliates that listen to us on the AM and the FM band of terrestrial radio, man, we thank you so much for being with us. And I know you got affected towards the last 20 minutes, but, man, I was affected all night long. I couldn't listen to your show, couldn't listen to iHeartRadio, just nothing, So I went back to old terrestrial radio, And, man, I found a song by the Marshall Tucker Band. I was going to send it to you, see if it brought back any memories. I was just going through, listening just, Apple Music, just, it says Perry's Radio, so I was just listening to that, and they come on a song called Long Hard Ride. And I'm like, man, that was the old Bozo's buffer music that he used to come back on the air with. I'm like, wow. I thought, man, I need to send that to Steve, because, man, I remember many a nights, y'all were coming in from a hard break, and then that song was always playing.
Yeah.
You talking about something playing, Steve? I went to channel 28 on the CB. And here's what I heard repeating over and over again. It was a message saying, buddy, I got my nightgown on. Buddy, I got my pretty pink panties on. And, buddy, I'm going to bed. And that was repeating.
Over and over again, huh?
And over.
Huh.
Yes, it was on a repeat. And listen, I put it on channel 30. And here's the other message. On channel 30, it was, buddy, this here is Papa, inbred redneck Smurf, wanting to charge you for that all-expense-paid trip down to Juarez, Mexico, buddy, over and over again. Now, I tell you, if Brother Rambler was to run for president, number one thing I would do is these ELDs would be obsolete. We would go back to pay per log. I would tell my Secretary of Transportation that we're going to go back to the old 10-8-14 rule. We're going to keep the 34-hour restart, so that way you ain't got to keep up with the daggone recap. And speed limiters on trucks, 75 miles an hour for all trucks. If you want to have a speed limit on it, If you want to run your truck right open, then you help us solve the national debt by paying us $5,000, which will help with benefit dinners and this, that, and the other that Brother Rambler have to have with Israel and other things. So, I would focus on the trucking industry, but that ain't going to happen because I don't like politics, Steve. So, Steve, I'm looking at ESPN.com right now, and do you know it's preseason in baseball? Now, I like I thought I was going to hate the pitch clock, but I turned out I like it. And I like the lighter bats because we're starting to see more home runs. But, Steve, one thing I do not like is a tied game. There should never be a tied game in baseball. And I'm looking at 4 preseason games that are tied. Number one, Knuckle Buster's probably sitting out there because I'm looking at his Cardinals tied with the Red Sox. Final 3-3, no winner. Knuckle Buster's team couldn't beat a Yankee team from up there in Boston. They had to end it 3-3. Then, Steve, I'm looking at the Phillies and the Twins, 3-3. All right. I'm over here looking at the Reds and the Cubs. Y'all's beloved Reds, 6-6. And then I don't know what happened out there on the West Coast. They must have been smoking the devil's lettuce or eating peyote buds or something, but the Mariners and the Giants are 10-10. I'm like, good Lord. Yeah, 10-10, Mariners and the Giants. They just went absolutely crazy out there. And I don't even go, if I don't talk about it, someone will call up and say, well, what about Brother Ambler's Braves? Yeah, we got our clocks cleaned by the Pirates 13-4. And that ain't the worst of it. The Nationals beat the other team that Vegas has odds of going to play the Braves in the World Series, Astros 10-3. So it's just been crazy. And congratulations to my Detroit Red Wings. They have won 6 in a row, and man, that team is really coming together. God, man, I would love to see it. NHL trade deadline is coming up soon. I think we're going to trade for a center. If I'm not mistaken, well, no, Dylan Larkin's playing center. We're going to trade for somebody. So, I mean, hockey's getting good, and I don't care. I mean, yeah, the NASCAR race was good. I still don't care about it. Whenever you alienate your fan base and tell them, hey, you can't fly your flag in the infield, and regardless of how you feel about the rebel flag, or you love it or you hate it, the fact is you just took your biggest fan base, the white redneck, whether it be from north or south. You took the white redneck, male and female, and basically told them to go pee up a rope. We don't care about you. Well, they're gone. They're not coming back. So I hope they have good luck trying to find another fan base. I know we got fans out there and everything like that, and it's not even really, to me, Steve, it's not even really about the Confederate flag. It's about, we don't care what you think. You're going to do what we tell you to do. You ain't going to fly this flag, or you ain't going to fly an Earnhardt flag or anything else in the infield. And they basically said, you know what? Well, you can go pee up a road. We'll just go somewhere else. And that's what NASCAR has done, alienated the biggest fan base they have, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But it's good to be talking to you. Man, I need to call more often. And I tell you, I lost our affiliates email. I was trying to give every affiliate a shout out, because I'm telling you, with this phone interruption, and then I was picking on Inbred Redneck, but he does bring up a point. We had they said the software update, and all of a sudden the FBI shows up, and all of a sudden you got another Chinese balloon flying overhead. He kind of put two and two together. I think they pretty much got hacked, Steve. So, oh man. So, but yeah, I need to call him more often than just once or twice a week. And I'm so glad that everyone's out there. And I want to just get serious. I like talking about sports. I like talking about everything and joking around with folks. But one thing I don't joke around is where you stand with Jesus Christ. And Steve, I'm proud to say that I'm me and the Lord, we all right. And I want you to be all right with Jesus too. And I tell you, it's a choice. Steve, one thing God will never do. God loves you so much, he will not interfere with your free will. He'll give you a choice, And you do have a choice. And I just want to get on the air now and say, man, look, I made the best choice March 31st, 1991. I made Jesus Christ my Lord and Savior. And I've had some valleys, and you've read an email I sent. I've had some low valley lows. I had some mountaintop highs. And I tell you, through them both, he was right there with me. And like I called in last week, as I quoted the Bible scripture, he is the lamp that lights my path. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to make it. And I tell you what, if you just take a chance, just take that leap of faith, one little mustard seed, and allow Jesus Christ to enter into your heart, accept him as your Lord and Savior, you'll find out you'll never be lonely again. You have the best friend you ever have. And before I get off here, Steve, I want to just pray for everyone that's suffering with the autoimmune disease. We don't talk about it all that often, but there's a lot of people that suffer with autoimmune diseases. And, Steve, I don't know if you know anybody personally that suffers with the autoimmune disease, both men and women. More women than men suffer with it. And, they look good on the outside. You wouldn't know there's anything wrong. But on the inside, they're literally being torn apart
Mm-hmm.
by an autoimmune disease. So I just want to pray for everyone that suffers with that. If you're suffering with a health ailment tonight, we're just going to pray for you. If you're in a financial bind, you can't make your truck payment, you can't put fuel in your truck, we're going to pray for you. If you can't pay your bills, your finances are all messed up, we're going to pray. And I'm not a prosperity preacher, but I've seen the Lord show up and do things even with my personal finances that I couldn't explain. So we're going to pray for you and everything like that. And we love you, God's children. And just remember this, love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Heatwave, and if Gilligan, and if Steve Summers, and Brother Rambler, if we can all love you, and we do, we know that Jesus Christ loves you, and he does. God bless. We'll see you tonight, or talk to you tomorrow night. God bless. We love you, Steve. Bye-bye.
Thank you much. All right. Yes, have a great morning. Safe travels out there. All right. You know what? I had forgot all about that. Wheelchair Dave. He reminds me, said the inbred redneck's trying to pull a Larry Flint. And he went to the archives, 1993, which out of Los Angeles. The judge who fined hustler publisher Larry Flint $10,000 a day for refusing to reveal the source of an audio tape vital to John DeLorean's defense on drug charges, said Flint cannot pay the fine in pennies. Flint, at the time, wearing an Army helmet and rolling up in his gold wheelchair, was held in contempt a second time for his defiance of the court and paid the second $10,000 fine in as many days, mostly in $1 bills. He brought 8,000 $1 bills and paid the rest in $5, $10, and $20 bills. The judge ordered Flint to count the cash for the court clerk himself. An amused U.S. District Judge, hearing of Flint's plan to pay in pennies today, cited a federal statute that prevents payments of large fines with small change, and added, besides, I take no pleasure in having you count pennies. Flint's wife was also arrested on charges of assault on a federal agent following a brawl that took place when marshals tried to take her into custody for carrying an antique-style dagger in her purse. They described it as a knockdown, drag-out fight that ended with the marshal being treated for an arm bite injury. Wow. Pennies. Flint said he paid James J. Smith, the office manager, a law firm briefly involved in DeLorean's defense, $5,000 for copies of FBI videotapes of DeLorean. He said he did not get the audio tape from Smith. And I don't remember what that case was all about, but I do, very, very much. Okay. Got a news break coming up here, bottom of the hour, and we got Pappy just ahead here. I'm looking at what you just threw my way a few moments ago, Pappy. What the hell's this all about?
USA News Update. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo opportunity.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz says if Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration because he will enforce existing laws. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive this issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis, based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave, could save lives and money. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we jump back into it here. I'm going to share a post that I'm not sure who Kyle Seraphin is. Maybe Pappy can answer that. But he sent out a post on X, I guess yesterday, stating, said, I'm hearing from some FBI sources that Jose Ibarra, that's the illegal that was accused of murdering Laken Riley at the University of Georgia, was actually investigated by the FBI El Paso office for assault on a federal officer, which would be a felony He allegedly engaged in a physical assault against 2 officials from the Department of Homeland Security.gov. I'm being told the case against Ibarra was closed administratively. Now, in my experience, that would mean the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Texas declined the prosecution. An email declination to prosecute would be enough for a closing of the case on the FBI side. So what's the gist of that? The idea that the guy definitely should not have been in the country? Or what's that mean, Pappy?
Yeah. Kyle Sershin, he's a FBI whistleblower. Worked for the FBI.
Okay.
He came out during the January 6th ordeal and whistleblowed that the FBI was targeting Trump supporters, labeling them as domestic terrorists, and fudging the numbers and doing this and that. So yeah, he's one of the whistleblowers, and that's what he says, Steve. Apparently, this guy assaulted some Border Patrol agents or something. They didn't want to prosecute him. What he's saying is, when it's closed administratively, it's kind of like the higher ups got involved, right? They just closed it out. Steve, you know, you can assault federal agents, you can assault the NYPD, not get charged or walk straight out of jail with no bond. Now the FBI is calling for no bond on Mr. Smirnoff. They don't want him out. The other post was Obama officials want the big guy out. You see that from the New York Post?
New York Post headline, former Obama aides sound the alarm over frail, mumbling Biden, warning his age is a very real issue. What gets me is they keep using the word age. It's not his age per se, because as Redneck just brought up, I mean, you could be 91 years old and be sharp as a tack. Trump's 77. He is getting up in age, but his mental facilities are still there. It's not the age, it's his cognitive decline.
You need to learn that these media people and everybody else use specific words for a specific purpose. That way they can throw age out on Trump too. Trump's too old, just like Joe Biden. But us normal folks realize just what you stated. That you can be sharp as a tack at 90, and you can have Alzheimer's and dementia blown out at 60.
Yep.
My grandfather had it real bad, Steve. That's why I'm probably going to end up with it. My mom had it. My daughter actually works in the profession where going around all these senior citizens' homes, dealing with dementia. She travels around the country. And man, my grandfather, my mom, Stephen, he was fairly young, 65. My mom walked into the house down there, and, they just walk in the house like your kids probably do at your house. They don't knock, ring the doorbell. They just walk in like mine do, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's their home, He didn't know who the hell she was. He chased her around the kitchen table with a butcher knife in his hand.
Wow.
So it's not about age. We all know that. Hey, good to hear from Brother Rambler. Man, Steve, yes, he was talking. Man, I hope you don't mind. But, hey, listen. If Brother Rambler can love you, and he does, we can love Brother Rambler, and we do. Hope you don't mind me stealing his phrase. But all right, man. I don't know. I think that's about all I got. Rolling cigs, doing laundry, getting ready for the cold front coming in tomorrow.
All right, a few hours. Looks like it's getting close, Pappy.
Yeah. And I guess it wasn't as bad. I don't know. I wasn't outside, but I didn't hear anything in the house here. Weren't they supposed to hit around 2300? I guess tonight, 11 o'clock.
That's what I'm. That front is sweeping through Indiana right now, and I mean, you got severe thunderstorm warnings from Muncie all the way down to southwestern Indiana. That all along that line, 70 mile an hour winds, 70 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. We're saying so. Yeah, we may lose.
Got to it yet.
We may lose power in the next hour or so, Pappy. We'll have to play it by ear. One other thing, real quick, before we let you go.
Yeah, man.
Today is the day. It's deposition day for Hunter. Hunter's finally going to show up, and it's going to be behind closed doors. You know, what kind of leaks you think we might learn by the end of because anytime they have these closed door hearings, you always get a bunch of leaks by the end of the day.
Yeah, Steve, I didn't know he was testifying tomorrow, but I'd be willing to bet there's going to be leaks on both ends, probably more from the left. They'll bring out a phrase or two, he said, and they have on cue these CNN, MSNBC. See, we told you, nothing to see here. No evidence. Mark my words, they're going to come out and say, we hear the testimony, yeah, we see there's nothing to see here. They sure as heck ain't going to come out and say, oh my God, this is looking bad for Hunter. Well, I don't know then, Steve, I don't know. Maybe you think about it, as bad as they want the big guy out, they just might throw Hunter under the bus too. I don't know. Time will tell.
Yeah. Yep, today's the day.
I know, one quick thing again.
Yeah,
one quick thing again. They kept, Steve, these daggone people keep, the crime rate ain't bad. Crime rate ain't good. I'm telling you, man, I don't watch much local news, but I did turn it on the other night. We had 2 homicides here in Cincinnati yesterday. Then we had that shooting in your neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Friday night.
The other night, yep.
Or Saturday
night, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. But, these people, I swear, they just have no problem to look that camera straight in the eye and lie straight to our faces, man. Unbelievable, but then again, not. So, all right, my man, I appreciate you taking the call. Let's hunker down, weather the storm that's about ready to hit us. Everybody be safe. I appreciate it, Steve.
Wind and rain, and then it's back to winter. All right, yeah, the long-awaited Hunter Biden deposition will be held behind closed doors today. After months of his refusing to speak to investigators, this is the Oversight and Judicial Committees continue to gather information on the House impeachment investigation of Joe. Now, Hunter agreed to sit for the interview under oath only after defying the congressional subpoena, and then he was facing contempt of Congress charges, saying he did not want to testify privately for fear House Republicans would selectively report his testimony. This interview will differ from that of his uncle James in that it will not be filmed. In addition, sources familiar with the process said the transcript will be released quickly to the public. His appearance will represent the impeachment inquiry's most significant testimony to date, as the probe focuses heavily on his foreign business dealings and how much his dad knew about them or was involved. Of course, this testimony, after the Justice Department just last week indicted the former FBI informant, Alexander Smirnov, whose allegations about Joe last fall were cited as a reason to open the impeachment inquiry into the president. Smirnov alleged Ukrainian entities paid millions in bribes to Joe and Hunter, but has been charged now with fabricating a piece of history, potentially throwing a wrench into the proceedings. Now, if you listen to the others involved, like Comer, and with all the other evidence they've gathered yesterday, Comer said that we've got tons of sufficient evidence to move forward. The Ways and Means Committee have unearthed a record of evidence revealing Joe was the brand that his family sold to enrich the Bidens. Joe knew of, he participated in, and benefited from those schemes. He attended dinners, he spoke on speakerphone, he showed up to meetings, he had coffee with his son's foreign business associates. A matter of fact, we have documented how Joe has met with nearly all of his son's foreign business associates as they were collectively funneling millions to the Bidens. Now, our committees have the opportunity to depose Hunter, who is a key witness in our impeachment inquiry. About this record of evidence, this deposition is not the conclusion of the impeachment inquiry. There are more subpoenas. There are more witness interviews to come. We will continue to follow the facts to inform legislative reforms to federal ethics laws and determine whether articles of impeachment are indeed warranted. All right. The committees will hear Hunter's testimony in an interview, but will eventually move on to public hearings, including him and other witnesses, according to the spokesperson there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I kind of thought we'd get an update a lot sooner, but Eagle, back with us for the first time this week. How'd things go, first of all, in Atlanta? How about that 3-wide photo finish?
Yeah, I told you, Steve, I was going to take a couple of days off after the race, so, Yeah, I'm still here in Atlanta right now. I'm still here in Atlanta. I'll probably be rolling out tomorrow. But, it was a hell of a race on Sunday. I'm glad I decided to go. Never seen that before. Like I said, they've had close finishes before in Atlanta with Gordon and Harvick after Earnhardt died. But never three wide. Never three wide like that. That was wild. That luckily, that could have been a big accident if Kyle Busch would have decided to push the issue. He decided to go head on and, just ride in the middle, but luckily, because that could have been a real big accident. But that was some serious racing after they configured the track and made it more competitive racing. That's what a lot of people wanted to see. That's really the way they ought to race at Daytona. A lot of people saying they should maybe make Daytona the same as Atlanta so they can do what they, pass without having somebody push you. So, it was a hell of a race, good weekend and everything. I enjoyed that. I definitely try to get back. I'm thinking about going back to the Atlanta race before I go to Daytona. If they got that kind of action going on, maybe the next one that they got. Because, it wasn't that many. It was a decent crowd there, but it wasn't full. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be full the next race. I'll guarantee you that after seeing that kind of action on Sunday, three wide coming across the finish line. Now, did you see the race or you just seen the highlights?
Nah, I just saw the highlights. I slept through the whole thing, Eagle.
Oh, okay. Well, you had to work that night. But, like I said, it's on the replay. If you get a chance during the daytime, you can go to YouTube and put in NASCAR. They already got it on they got a NASCAR channel on YouTube, but they got the full race on that. So anybody that didn't get to see it, it's on the NASCAR YouTube channel. You can check it out anytime you want to. It's worth watching if you get a chance. That's like I say, that's the way. If NASCAR want to stay in business, Steve, they better start racing like that. They might be out of business in the next couple of years because people want to see action. It's expensive to go to one of these events, and people want to see some good things happen. So they better figure out a way to make. They already don't ruin Bristol. Bristol used to be one of the highlights of the season. When with the action they had going on at Bristol when Earnhardt was doing his thing, and now they've turned Bristol into a boring event. That's one. They used to have people waiting in line years to get into Bristol, Steve, and just don't turn it into a damn joke. So they better figure out something to do with Bristol. That's what they need to be looking into now, is how they can make Bristol a better race, because it's turned into a bad deal. But guess what, Steve? Unfortunately, man. Being in Georgia, you already know the news. It seemed like this thing followed me to another state, Steve. We've been talking about border. Venezuelans this, Venezuelans that. And lo and behold, guess what? A college girl, University of Georgia, attacked and killed by guess by who, Steve? Who do you think?
Right.
We've been talking about closing the damn border for 3 years now. Huh?
An illegal immigrant.
3 years now.
Hey, this first time we've had a chat. Yeah. Guess who's going to be at the border tomorrow? Joe Biden. The president's going to go to the border, Eagle. How about that?
Oh, he is. About 3 years too late. About 3 years too late. That's when he going. 20 million people late, brother. He kind of like what he did, Steve, kind of like what he did over there in Palestine a year after the damn train wreck. Now he show up, like I say, and the people, he would have been better off not going. Same thing with the border, Steve. The hell with Joe Biden. He don't even need to go to the damn border for what? What's he going? Can you explain to me why he's showing up at the border 3 years later? For what? What's the purpose of him showing up tomorrow? Do you know? I don't.
It's to make it look like he's concerned. He's aware we got to do something. Eagle, he's got to fix it.
Oh, yeah, it's a photo shoot, just like we was talking about last week, Steve.
Right. Yep.
It's a photo shot because this is an election year, and Joe Biden is desperate for votes. He realizes that he's in deep trouble with all these events that are taking place But I got bad news for Joe Biden, Steve. He can save the plane fuel, and he can save all the airfare. The Air Force One, they can keep that plane parked in Washington, D.C., and don't even waste the fly down to Texas or wherever the hell he's going, because it's a wasted trip. Because the border is wide open, and he ain't closed it yet. And how many people got to die? I've already told you about 3 or 4 girls, Steve. I told you about 2 or 3 girls that got killed in the state of Texas by undocumented people. And lo and behold, here we go again. There's even more devastating news about this girl came out today, Steve. I don't know if you heard about this girl in Georgia. They said that this piece of garbage beat her in the head so bad that her skull caved in. This individual, if you might want to check that out. But it was just totally unnecessary what this guy did. And it's definitely documented that this man was illegal. They said he came in 2020 in El Paso, Texas. So guess who was the president? Guess who the president was in 2020? It wasn't Donald Trump. That's one of Joe Biden's boys that came in. And this, and like I told you before, Steve, this won't be the last person that gets killed under these circumstances. I told a friend of mine the other day, as far as I'm concerned, Venezuela should be barred from coming into the U.S. at this point, Steve. Like I say, because these people have shown that they don't know how to control themselves. You see what's going on in New York. They're fighting with the police. They're robbing. They're stealing. They're doing the whole deal. They won't leave the hotel rooms when they're asked to leave. These people are not cooperating with the situation. They say they come into the U.S. looking for jobs, but I don't see none of them looking for no damn job. It seems to me like every time they show them on TV, they kick back at raising hell and causing problems. That don't sound like they're looking for a job to me. So if that's the case, then they need to go back to where they come from. Like I say, because this, like I told you before, Steve, we got to know. I hate to keep repeating myself. We got enough criminals in the USA without bringing more of them in. That's all Biden is doing right now, is bringing in more crime. We got enough rapists, criminals, thieves, you name it. We got enough of these individuals walking around the USA without bringing more of them in. So it's like I said before, Joe Biden, he can save that trip down to Texas tomorrow. They don't need him. We don't need him. The hell with him and his administration. Only thing, just like Trump said, and like a lot of things I don't approve of what Trump say. As Donald Trump said over the weekend, Steve, in South Carolina, on his show, and I'm gonna use that. I got some new material to use on your show from now on when it comes to Biden. Like Trump said, he said, "You're fired. Get the hell out of the White House." And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, we get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live From the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden met at the White House with the top 4 congressional leaders on Tuesday to discuss a new foreign aid package while also discussing the looming partial government shutdown. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell from Kentucky says they are working hard on a deal ahead of the Friday deadline.
I think we're getting close on the first 4 bills. Hopefully that won't require another short-term CR, and hope springs eternal.
This as Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, says the meetings at the White House were productive and intense.
The fact is, in the House, for just about given the 30 hard-right and transigent people, the only way Johnson can get anything done is with Democrats. And I've said to him, even from my first call with him, the only way we get things done here is in a bipartisan way.
The Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos can be considered children under state law. Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Amy Klobuchar on Capitol Hill says she disagrees with the ruling and spoke about Democrats' push to protect in vitro fertilization.
It is on the other side with this decision in Alabama, just an example of the chaos and cruelty that has been unleashed since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
More federal money is headed for Southwest Florida to aid in the recovery of Hurricane Ian. FEMA approving $6.7 million to reimburse parts of Florida for more debris removal. The Category 4 hurricane slammed ashore in September of 2022, destroying thousands of homes and leaving 160 people dead. Ian ranks as the 5th strongest U.S. landfalling storm, causing $65 billion in damage. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump will be heading to our wide-open southern border Thursday. Laura Winters reports.
Former President Trump also scheduled to visit our southern border on Thursday. He blasts President Biden on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying crooked Joe Biden's border invasion is destroying our country and killing our citizens, exclamation point. The horrible murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley at the University of Georgia should have never happened. The monster who took her life illegally entered our country in 2022 and then was released again by radical Democrats in New York after injuring a child. When I am your president, we will immediately seal the border.
Trump will be visiting Eagle Pass, Texas, and the Del Rio sector, and Biden will be visiting Brownsville, Texas, and the Rio Grande Valley sector. Former President Donald Trump is appealing the verdict in his New York civil fraud case. Trump's legal team filing a notice of appeal of the judgment finding him liable for fraudulently inflating his net worth on financial statements. The judge in the case recently ordered Trump to pay more than $450 million in fines and barred him for 3 years of running a business in New York. The United States Army announced they're cutting their force by 24,000 people due to recent recruiting shortfalls. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, as we get that final hour underway. Hey, it's already Hump Day. Means we're just 2 days away from pulling our next winner in our Facebook contest. Who will be this week's winner of the Big Rig Diesel Duo? 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shift Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's the Big Rig Duo. It's a $200 value. You can't win if you're not registered now. Just simply go to Facebook, and if you go to the search, type in The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That'll be the official page. Yeah, you'll see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo there. Just go down to comments and type in Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. You're registered. Yeah, we've actually got you got the link there on that page. Scroll down a couple. You got the last couple of episodes of the program, and there it is. Win a Big Rig Duo pack from Hot Shot Secret. Give the Steve Summers Overnight Drive a follow and comment Hot Shot Secret on this post to be entered each week. I think a few folks, I know some folks have been going to there's a Hot Shot Secrets, a Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There's a fan page, and there's several other fan following pages, but you want to go to the actual Steve Summers Overnight Drive page. Just double checking for you there. Seems like this is not the first time in the past year or so. Wasn't it about a year ago we had an incident where we stood down military helicopters around the country? We're at it again in response to a recent spat of helicopter incidents. The Army National Guard has ordered a comprehensive safety review resulting in the grounding of all helicopter units around the country. The directive from Army National Guard Director Lieutenant General John Jensen, after a fatal crash involving a Mississippi National Guard Apache helicopter this past weekend, claiming the lives of 2 pilots. And there was another incident earlier in February involving a Utah National Guard Apache, resulting in both pilots surviving in that particular incident. General Jensen says, "We are a combat force with helicopters training or on mission worldwide every day. Safety is always on the top of our minds. We will stand down to ensure the crews are prepared as well as possible for whatever they're asked to do." Now, the causes of These recent crashes have not been publicly disclosed. Investigations currently underway by the Army Combat Readiness Center. The fatal accident in Mississippi claimed the lives of Chief Warrant Officer 4 Brian Andrew Zemick and Chief Warrant Officer 4 Derek Joshua Abbott. This was described as a routine training flight. These incidents occurred within the context of previous accidents involving Army helicopters. March of last year, a collision between two Army Black Hawk helicopters near Fort Campbell, Kentucky, resulted in the deaths of 9 soldiers, prompting a rare service-wide stand-down under the then Army Chief General James McConville. And before that, a Black Hawk crash in February of last year claimed the lives of 2 Tennessee Guard members. A 2021 incident involving the same aircraft resulting in the deaths of 3 New York National Guard service members. Now, the stand down, they say, is anticipated to conclude after a thorough review by all units. They did not specify the duration of that stand down, but that report was from this past day, Tuesday, a little after 6 o'clock in the evening. They had posted that. Meanwhile, Sundance Kid, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. Well, all right. So I'm gonna answer some prayers. I heard Rambler. This is probably the most important phone call ever in the world history. We're going to save the country, but we all have to do our part, okay? We can't keep working for these wages we're working for. So the person who works at McDonald's needs to be at $30 an hour, okay? Truck drivers need to be at $150.
$150 an hour.
Yeah. And I have a reason why I say this. It's not just to blow smoke. And that's for the driver. The truck needs to be charging about $600 $600 an hour. All right. I mean, $4,800 to move for an 8-hour period. Okay, 8 hours. That's $4,800, Steve. Now, I moved a load the other day. The customer sold it to this other company. You know how much the what they paid for the stuff? You know what the retail was on it? $70,000. Okay, so if we take $4,800 out of $70,000, we're looking at 5% of the 5% of what the retail is on that product. That's 5% in transportation costs. I think it's a fair price. Okay. Now let's go back to the reason, and this is why I'm saying this. A silver dollar in 1970 was worth $1. Our paper dollar back then was worth $1. Okay. That silver dollar today is worth $30. Okay. That means you have to have 30 paper dollars to equal what it should be. Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but this is the real life. Now, corporate profits last year was $14.8 trillion, Steve. That's after everything's been paid. That's their profits. And I figured it out just at 150 million people working in this country. That means they make $98,666 profit off of every one of those working individuals. Now, if you, like I said, minimum wage, $30 an hour, truck drivers, to compare, we were making 10 cents a mile at 50 mile an hour, 1970 equals $5 an hour. Now, if you take 30 times that, it equals $150.
Sundance, California just mandated $20 an hour for their fast food workers, and they're shutting down restaurants.
It's below. Look, Steve, listen. No, y'all got it all wrong.
They're shutting down restaurants.
Okay, now,
they're shutting down restaurants.
guess what, Steve?
They're eliminating fast food workers. Come on. Just give it up, Sundance. For the love of God, just give it up. Thank you, Pappy. Just give up. Give the guy a chance. Stay off the politics. Go back to talking about something else. He was trying to talk about trucking, wasn't he? In a roundabout way. I do see, I could almost agree that truer words have never been spoken. There are several big cases coming up that the Supreme Court is going to rule on. No matter how the Supreme Court rules on these several issues involving former President Trump, one thing seems certain. Some of those who disagree with the ruling will accuse the court of playing partisan politics. Now, according to two Supreme Court justices representing opposing ideological sides, this is not the case. Justice Amy Coney Barrett and Sonia Sotomayor disagree on, there's a lot they disagree on. But they're kind of lining up on one major issue. Supreme Court justices are not beholden to parties or presidents, not even the president who nominated them. Sotomayor said, remember, thankfully for us, presidents don't last that long, right? There's 8 years at best. So for us to be beholden to one of them is a little crazy. Where Amy kind of jumped in, but not to disagree with her. She said, not just beholden to a president, but not to a political party either. Life tenure does not insulate us from politics. And so it's not just that we're not Obama judges or Trump judges. We're not Democrat judges or Republican judges. We don't sit on opposite sides of the aisle. We all wear the same color black robe. We don't have red robes and blue robes. Now, they made the comments Friday at the winter meeting of the National Governors Association, talking about the subject of how disagreements can be resolved more civilly than has been the case in recent years. But the context obviously includes the fact that the Supreme Court will be reviewing cases with the potential to dramatically reshape the presidential race this year. They're looking at whether or not states have the right to keep the former president off the ballot via the particular reading of the so-called insurrection clause, 14th Amendment. They'll likely weigh in as well on the charges the former president is facing regarding the January 6th Capitol incursion. How the court will rule on those issues at this point is anyone's guess, but the two justices, one of whom was nominated by Trump, the other by Obama, said partisan politics are not going to be a factor in those rulings. I don't know. Do you believe them? Disagreements along ideological lines may, of course, happen, but they will be dealt with respectfully by the justices, according to both women. When we disagree, our pens are sharp, but on a personal level, we never translate that into relationship with one another. Barrett mentioned that Sotomayor had once brought Halloween candy to her office for Barrett's children to take home with them, and that when she first arrived in D.C., her family was still in Indiana. She received numerous dinner invitations from her colleagues. Now, it's not going to make you change your principles, but there's a way to have disagreements and to meet each other where it's possible to meet. Politico pointed out that the collegial that the two justices described appears kind of at odds with descriptions offered by other fellow justices, Elena Kagan and Clarence Thomas, in the past couple of years. I mean, some years are better than others. Kagan said the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade in 2022. Time will tell whether this is a court that can never get back to finding common ground. I'm not sure what they're exactly trying to say, but yeah, the Trump case is going to be a big thing. Now, how can you say partisanship does not come into play? Are they trying to say as a Supreme Court justice? Now, if you're a leftist, liberal Supreme Court justice, which obviously Sotomayor and Kagan are, you're not going to view things the same as a conservative justice. That's just a fact of the matter. There's a reason Democrat presidents look to specifically nominate liberal, left-leaning justices, the same as Republican presidents look to nominate conservative, right-leaning justices. Say what you might, but there's a difference in opinions on those two sides. Liberal justices will not see the same case in the same light as the conservative justice. No matter how you try to slice or dice it, that's just a fact.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's see what Vic has on his mind this morning. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, the storms have moved through Indianapolis. They're getting over towards the Ohio border about now, so we're just waiting for the temperature drop. But the Sundance there is hard to keep my train of thought and what I really called about, because I used to do marketing surveys and compensation and everything else. And, you know, whatever his problem is, it's like, you're not going to solve the whole world. You know, find out what you want to do, what satisfies with you, and, you know, pay-wise and everything else. But he was getting off on how much, what we call the MAGA economics, that's not the right term, but macroeconomics. And the macroeconomics, I don't know, he had some interesting figuring there. But back to what I really called about was this Nikki Haley refusing to give up. And she's really hurting the Republican Party, because that's preventing the Republican Party to sitting down and deciding what their message is going to do and what it's going to be, and also their fundraising, which will help the down ballot people. Now, we've already seen what happens if Trump gets elected, but we don't get the down ballot people elected also. You know, if it winds up with the Democratic Congress and a Republican president, especially Trump, we're going to be going through a lot of the same things. And the other thing, too, is with Biden. You were talking about the age, and Pappy hit on that. The reason they don't say cognitive, they say age, because then they can compare that to Trump. They their cognitive abilities. But I think the reason Biden is hanging in there is, remember, as long as he is president, he has the power to pardon federal crimes. And I don't think his family really wants him to leave unless he is forced out. And I don't believe the Democrats want to go to the 25th Amendment. That's just my own personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Biden's going to stay there to the bitter end. And the other thing is that I was going to comment about was this Ukraine aid package, or any of the foreign aid packages. They constantly, and both sides are guilty of this. They always leave off the critical parts. It's not about Ukraine aid. It's about the way the Ukraine aid or any other aid is parsed out. Have they, what are you going to try to accomplish with this aid? And how are you going to accomplish that? Are you giving the right aid to these people? I mean, do we really need to be supporting the administrative functions in Ukraine and their pensions and everything else? How is that going to help us defeat the Russians,
right,
or help them defeat the Russians? Shouldn't we be looking harder at the type of armaments they need to really put a hurting on Putin until he finally says, okay, I'm leaving, and maybe toss him a bone? It's like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have an election in these disputed areas in the Donbass, or maybe in the whole Ukraine. And I believe at one time he could have probably advanced things in the Donbass, but he has attacked so many civilian infrastructures in Ukraine. I believe that he's lost a lot of support in the Russian dominated areas in the Donbass. So I think that he's pretty well going to have to go away empty-handed. And once he goes away empty-handed, that's going to make a lot of other people around the world that are hostile to us have second thoughts about it. But, I don't understand why they just want to keep doling this money out, and they don't come out and make, say, okay, here's what we're going to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, they're refusing to secure our borders. And I don't know if you got the thing that I sent you a week or so ago, that the Indians up there in the Indian reservations up there in South Dakota and North Dakota are literally having to sue the federal government, the DOJ, to get adequate law protection that they were supposed to fund, and they haven't. The DOJ hasn't even funded that, and that's why the cartels are flocking into the Indian reservations, because by law the DOJ is the only people that are allowed to enforce to assist in enforcing tribal law, and even the state can't go in there. And I know Kristi Noem, I think she might have filed a suit along with that. And they have such a drug problem up there, and that's not being addressed. And the Indian Health Service has had to sue. So here in this country, because of the southern border, and some are coming across the northern border, that we have this situation that we're being invaded by who knows what, but we definitely know what the drug problem is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So why are we so worried about Ukraine and supporting their administrative functions, not their military functions, and not worried about this? And I don't know, they're supposed to have some sort of a meeting, but they never get to the crux of the matter.
Accountability for the spending, right? Okay, we have to pause there. News break time.
At Hot Shot Secret,
You
USA News Update. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas is criticizing the president's upcoming visit to the border this week, dismissing it as merely a photo opportunity.
Joe Biden and the Democrats deliberately broke this system. They caused the highest rate of illegal immigration in history.
Cruz says if Trump is reelected, there will be a decrease in the rate of illegal immigration because he will enforce existing laws. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the number one concern among voters. The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive this issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. University of Texas researchers found that administering the antiviral drug Paxlovid after a COVID-19 diagnosis, based on NIH data from high-risk patients during the 2022 Omicron variant wave, could save lives and money. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we were talking about accountability, these billions and billions being allocated for Ukraine. One thing, and I don't know if Vic had heard about this yet or not, but there had been some reporting in recent days of possible NATO countries sending actually boots on the ground to help support the fight to hold Russia back in Ukraine. The NATO Secretary General trying to set the record straight this past day, stating the military alliance has no plans to send combat troops into Ukraine, amid reports that some Western countries may be considering putting boots on the ground. He said NATO allies are providing unprecedented support to Ukraine. We've done that since 2014, and we've stepped up after the full-scale invasion. He was talking about Crimea initially, 2014. But there are no plans for NATO combat troops on the ground in Ukraine. Ahead of a Paris trip Monday, where top officials from over 20 countries discussed options to increase help, Slovakia's prime minister said that some are looking at whether to strike some bilateral deals to send troops to Ukraine to help it fend off the invasion. He said his government is not planning to propose to send Slovak soldiers. He didn't say which countries might be considering that kind of a deal or what the troops would do in Ukraine. The parliament speaker also said that Slovakia will not deploy troops there. The Czech prime minister also declined to comment, but he underlined that the Czech Republic certainly doesn't want to send its soldiers to Ukraine. Prime Minister Donald Tusk also said that Poland does not plan to send its troops to Ukraine. Now, while ruling out NATO military action, Stoltenberg said that this is a war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, blatantly violating international law. Ukraine, of course, has the right to self-defense, and we have the right to support them in upholding that right. NATO, as an alliance, NATO provides Ukraine only non-lethal aid and support like medical supplies, uniforms, and winter equipment. Some members do send weapons and ammunition bilaterally or in groups. They said this was the key. Any decision for the organization to send troops would require unanimous support from all member countries. And I think everybody involved knows if you try to start involving NATO with boots on the ground, that's the exact kind of thing that, according to Vladimir Putin, prompted him to act because NATO kept infringing closer, bringing more members in. If you attack one, you attack all, is pretty much what the NATO alliance is about. Had you heard about that, Vic?
Not that specifically. I'd known that they're getting ready to get a new EU commissioner, and they've been giving a lot of aid, weaponry, and stuff to Ukraine,
mm-hmm.
and then Moldova. I think that's the one that's the closest to them. They were getting a little nervous as to what Russia might do, and also Poland. So that might be more bluster talk or whatever you want to call it to kind of give Putin cause for pause. But because Ukraine has lost a lot of military people, but I think really what they're looking at, I heard something about, I think it was 37 millimeter shells. Some of them are wanting to kind of clean out their inventory and replace it because, those shells don't last forever anyway. You have to rotate them, or not rotate them. You have to do something with them and then replace them. So I don't know what the shelf life is on any of that stuff, but by and large, that my problem is that if I don't understand why we are supporting them administratively. I mean, I know that one of the things that we should be doing is making sure that Ukraine can export its grain because it's causing a lot of problems with the EU countries and Poland and the rest of them because it's lowering the price. And Russia has lowered the price of wheat to try to have more money. And, we should just be having a corridor there in the Black Sea to where they pick it up for the humanitarian aid because the African countries, the Horn of Africa, they could use a lot of their grain for food purposes. And so if what I'm trying to say is if they do something that multiplies the wealth of Ukraine, then they can support all those administrative functions on their own. But weaponry is a lot more expensive, and they have to generate more revenue. But if they went in and did what they need to do to make sure that Ukraine could generate commercial revenue, and they do still have, as you know from Hunter Biden and Burisma, they do still have some energy products to sell. So Ukraine could generate some of their own money for their own basically administrative functions and get their economy going. And if I believe my personal opinion is that Putin is not going to want to leave. He's making sure of that. I think he's supposed to be one of these fake elections this year or something. He's getting rid of all of his competition, so he's going to be around for a while unless the people of Russia decide they want to get rid of him. So he's not in the best of position right now in a lot of different ways, economically, and it's kind of one of those breakthrough points, that you reach all the time in life, business, whatever. And if you just push just a little bit harder, then you break through. And we have came to that point 2 or 3 times with Ukraine, but instead of giving them what they need at the time and moving on, we seem to kind of shrink back from that. And that's why Russia is taking back some of that territory over there in Ukraine, because Ukraine just simply ran out of weaponry and people to a certain extent. So I think Ukraine has lost a lot of people in the military. So that might be why they're talking about the boots on the ground.
Okay.
But my big thing is I don't understand why we are doing, the United States is approaching this the way we're approaching it. And we've never really made a believer out of Putin and them, or Russia, because we should have kept those Black Sea ports open from day one. And why? We have the firepower to put over there. And when you get back to this NATO thing, if we put our naval assets and deployed them properly, basically what that would say to Putin is, if you attack our naval assets, you are going to then invoke NATO. And I don't think Putin is dumb enough to invoke NATO. So that's just my feeling. And then on the back of it, this whole deal, we've been fighting this whole deal with the border forever. And how they've twisted the words there, the Republicans hate immigrants and blah, blah, blah. No, it's the illegality of the situation. It's the type of people that are coming over here. Like you were mentioning, the Venezuelans. Maduro's cleaning out, his jails or whatever.
Yep.
He's sending, his people that he does not want. But at the same time, he's trying to take over Guyana because they have oil there, that's next to him. And so are we going to have another conflict there? of Maduro's over aggressiveness, while we're worrying with all of his the Indians I used to call for him that I used to work for called them junk people. So are we going to have to put up with all of Maduro's junk people? But I suspect that he's making sure he doesn't send us any of his so-called political prisoners, if they still exist or not, because the political prisoners would probably have a different view on everything. And just Venezuela, for example, if he's sending these people there here willingly and they're trying to claim asylum, why didn't they just apply for asylum in Venezuela? There's no need for them to come all the way to the United States to apply for it. And the same goes on with many of these countries.
Right.
So
well, I mean, I did
see
yesterday that Venezuela is not accepting how they can do that, not allowing those that if we do stop them here, not allowing us to send them back over there. I don't know where are we supposed to put them. Venezuela said they ain't coming back here. Pappy, I saw your email there. Said heard something about Sweden maybe joining NATO yesterday. Yeah, that is indeed the case. With Hungary's parliament voting to ratify Sweden's bid to join NATO, the Scandinavian nation is now set to join 31 other countries in the alliance, so NATO becomes 32. After nearly 2 years of negotiations, Sweden follows Finland, which was accepted into NATO last year. They had applied to join at the same time, but Hungary and Turkey both objected to Sweden joining. The Nordic countries' entry into NATO was momentarily paused with opposition from Turkey. The country eventually agreed to support Sweden's bid to join. The final hurdle was Monday when Hungary at last voted to let the nation join. Now, why didn't Turkey or Hungary want Sweden to join? They said Turkey previously cited Sweden's support for Kurdish separatist groups and restrictions on arms exports from the country as a reason they had reservations. On the other side, Hungary's prime minister is a right-wing nationalist who's forged close ties with Russia. The country cited criticism from Swedish politicians of Hungary's democracy as harming relationships between the two countries. That led to their reluctance, allowing lawmakers in Orban's party to support Sweden's bid. But I guess that was one of the breaking reports yesterday. Sweden will become the 32nd nation as a part of NATO. And are we there? The anonymous hippopotamus.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So anyways, you kind of stole my thunder there a little bit talking about the contest deal there, because I've been, moving it over, sharing it on my thing, but I did put a thing there. Of course, people don't do a lot of reading on Facebook usually. They just click and do whatever. But anyways, if they do bother to read it, it says to go to your thing and follow you and go to that posting and write the Hot Shot Secret in that posting, and don't write Hot Shot Secret in my posting, because I ain't giving you nothing.
Well, I mean, if you're sharing the actual link from the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page, if you share that, yeah, Mindy can see.
Yeah, but
she can see anybody who has shared it and who's typed Hot Shot Secret on the share. But I'm talking about, we got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive fan page. I've got my own personal Steve Summers personal page, which I shared it there. But as long as you can't type Hot Shot Secret on the fan page, and I think there's an Overnight Drive in the Outcasts page. You familiar with that one?
There's another one there. Yeah, there's another one there. So, but I wasn't sure about, because I've seen other people that have shared yours, but it wasn't commented on the original post. It was, on on their sharing on the other person's personal page, people commented on the fact that they shared it and then typed the Hot Shot Secret in on that part of the share. So it wasn't really in continuation of where we
the original post,
the original contest. So I don't know if those, if you comment on what you share, if it actually goes to, or she can see it to count that too or not. But then if you're doing it on somebody else's thing, then you're not following you. You're just seeing that I posted it, and so you're commenting on what I posted, but they're not going and following you, which is what the whole deal is supposed to be. Is they're supposed to go follow you. They're not supposed to just say, hey, Will, thanks for posting it there, and I'm typing Hot Shot Secret here, but I didn't go follow Steve. So I really think it's supposed to go the other way. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but that's above and beyond my pay grade. The other thing about Hot Shot Secret there, I got a friend that's working on an old 1949 Mack fire truck, and he's got troubles getting stuff apart, and I ran into him Saturday at the funeral, and I knew ahead of time that he was working on that, so I picked up off the shelf my can of Never Rust lubricant and took it with me and handed it to him and said, "Here, try this. Let me know how you make out." So we're waiting for results from the Never Rust lubricant. But anytime I've had something I need to get apart, I've not had any issues trying to do it with that. Something that's stuck together and put a little pressure on it, or in a press, or something that way, and give it a couple days of soaking, and it seems to pop apart at some point. So anyways, as I say, we're working on that, but that one's 1949. That's a lot of years. That's like 70 some years, Your Honor. So it might be really stuck. We'll have to see how all that works out. But and not to pick on 5-7's buddy there that he was going to vote for in the presidential election back in 2016, but I hate to say it, but all of a sudden we're hearing a lot out of Ted Cruz about this our President Biden going to the border, and just say he's saying it's a big photo op, but where's he been for the last 3.5 years? How come he hasn't been yelling every day that like Governor Abbott has been, and the other? Why wasn't he down there? Yelling,
exactly.
all these, or standing here in Washington. So all of a sudden now he's getting a photo op because he's making big noise because President Biden's making a photo op. I don't know. I always see things the negative way. Sorry, I can't help it. It's the way I am. But anyway, I don't know. And so anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. We're waiting for the weather. We're still at 62 degrees at the nation's capital, Your Honor. Just going by the big MGM casino, hotel, all that, the national, what's that, the harbor, National Harbor, something or other.
Right.
President Trump was just at, made a big speech there. How did Maryland let him come to this place I know, he paid money. He paid money to be there, Your Honor. No wonder why the Democrats wanted him there. He paid a lot of money to be there to have that. Yeah, boy. I don't understand New York telling they don't want Donald Trump's money. I don't know. Whatever. But, so we're waiting the impending weather. I don't know. I guess they said it's off and on showers all day and then sometime after midnight. So we aren't getting the cold here until after midnight tonight going into Thursday morning. So that's when all our impending weather, and I don't think we're having the severe droppage of temperature that they had out there in the Midwest. I think we're only talking maybe a 20 or 30 degree change here,
I mean, our buddy Norman over in north central Kansas was at 77, I believe, day before yesterday. A few hours ago, he said they were down to 17 degrees this morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, down along the southern border, I guess, tip of the hat to some of the border agents who can be quite observant, and in this case, it was a simple handshake. A couple of truck drivers shaking hands, leading to the discovery of 3 illegals in the sleeper trying to cross into Texas late last week. This was at the Interstate 35 border checkpoint in Texas. According to the Laredo Morning Times, truck driver Carlos Ramirez Marin was shaking hands with Guadalupe Ramirez. I don't know what's when he handed his border crossing card to Border Patrol agents. The shaking hands, for whatever reason, made agents suspicious. So they brought in a canine who alerted to possible contraband inside the commercial vehicle. Agents then asked Ramirez Marin are you alone in the truck? And he said no. They then inspected the cab of the truck, and there were 3 migrants inside the sleeper berth. Taken into custody, told investigators during a post-arrest interview that he had called a co-worker involved in the smuggling of migrants back in Mexico to arrange the smuggling. He said he was already delivering a load of tile to Dallas, and he was going to get an extra $7,500 for smuggling the 3 illegals. All right, and real quick, one story out of Alabama, if you were in the vicinity, authorities investigating a fire at an Alabama truck stop that claimed the life of a truck driver Tuesday. This was like 3 o'clock in the morning Tuesday. The TA truck service, a truck stop in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, a 47-year-old truck driver in the cab of that truck parked behind the TA when it caught fire. And Tuscaloosa Fire and Rescue responded. The truck driver died from injuries sustained in the truck fire. They had not identified the truck driver at press time. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Wednesday hump day. Hey, tomorrow will be, Friday Eve, I think we'll call it. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but